Regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is. 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter because for now in the tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid, and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by Paul.
I'm not saying anything after Donut Gate yesterday.
Yes, yes. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everyone.
We have Donut Gate in the building. Let me tell you, this guy got a nice little delivery of donuts. He said, "Anybody want a donut?" He went for his hour when Tom took over. Came back down. There were no donuts, and this guy didn't have a donut. So there was Donut Gate in place. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the live stream. As you know, early stages are a little bit short. We have short-handed for quite a while, so we'll have plenty to talk about in the first session. But we're here now. Have a quick chat. Fingers crossed, everything is up and running. Quick thumbs up in the chat box if everything is good. Have a listen, Jay. Mum's on board already. I'm watching on Facebook. Afternoon, Gail. Mum's on board already. So hope things are good with you. As you can see there, the chip leaders from overnight, 100 entries exactly yesterday with 26 going through. Mitch Einen was on our feature table to finish with. Yeah. Did you speak to anybody after you finished last night, or was it a case of by the time we got through?
No, I saw Mitch actually. I did see Mitch. Spoke with him. Not really much about the day that he played, though. It seemed happy to bag up that stack as anyone would. Especially in the field, we had 100 entries. One of the more quieter days we've seen in recent months. But still a lovely stack. Lee French up there as well. Won 2 big flips back into the day. Matt Davenport, one to watch, but plenty of notables on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Afternoon, everybody. Ontario in Canada. Good morning. I was actually watching the, when Sky News goes on, and when it comes towards a break, and they have a world map, and it goes on forever, and that music in the background is the most annoying music in the world. It goes on forever, doesn't it? It said yesterday Canada and Ontario was only -1, so that must be virtually summer.
Yeah, basically. I think.
Virtually summer where you are now, Richard. It's only -1. Good morning. Good morning. Hope things are well with everybody. We are just about to start. We are short-handed. There's not a lot we can do about it. Still don't know how we can solve not having short-handed tables to start, because people are registered. Because we've got Katie Swift registered on our feature table, and we've got John Bousfield registered on our feature table, and we've also got, let's have a quick scan at the table. And we do have it. Here's Bav. We've got Bav Catry sat down. We've got Eddie Shez, old Eddie Sherrick, who was second and chopped it in the mini.
Yeah.
Well done, Eddie. Norbert is sat to his right, Norbert Kando, and in C1 we have our unfortunately we have our player just coming to him. We're not got his name unfortunately, but we will get it very soon. But Denise is already registered. Katie's already registered. John's already registered. They don't want to play the first level. They don't really want to sit down at 1-1, so they've pre-registered, not turned up, but they're on the list. So unfortunately, it is just one of those things. I still don't know the solution. I've not worked it out, and it's just one of those unfortunate things that we sit down 3 or 4-handed to start the evening off.
How are you doing, Catherine? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Catherine. Watching on Facebook. Afternoon, John.
That's what you put like chicken on, isn't it? One of them skewers.
Oh, in my pocket?
Yeah, well, probably had it and popped it in there.
Okay. So there we go. I know. So I've literally just gone like that on my pocket. It wasn't even showing. And I went like that, and I thought, what's that? And then the next thing, don't know, I feel like Sean Hayden. I don't know what that is at all. But good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody is good. We're going to run through quite a lot. We'll show you the chip counts. We've got a lot of the Goliath stuff. We've got the Goliath side events on there. We've got the Coventry. Rest of the schedule will show there. We've got the 2022 and what's happening. Glasgow has been taken out. That's not running anymore because they're having a refurb, which means it's going to be posh when we go there next time. So we'll have to make a trip. We'll have to get up there. So that's on. And obviously Reading has changed dates as well for the GUKPT. But we're getting now, we're 4-handed at this moment in time, so we'll cut to the action. And any questions in the comms and in the chat, fire away. We're going to have Tom coming back with us for the first level after the dinner break. So Tom and Jay will run you through that for the hour. Tom's going to come back in again. So get your questions ready for... So any questions regarding online, Tom will be here straight after the dinner break, which will be around about 5:45. So Tom and Jay will be running through everything online. There's plenty to talk about online as well, because we have got the memo regarding what is going on, and Jay was running through it quite a lot yesterday. So there's plenty of poker to talk about. Afternoon, Jim. Sean says, Jay, if you see the table 300 and you're sitting down, surely the better players have an edge.
Yeah, me and Dave Doherty had this conversation on stream yesterday. Like, he prefers to get in from the start for that reason as well. Playing short-handed, there's going to be a few players that aren't comfortable playing short-handed. They're going to have less experience, so you are going to have a better edge on them if you're more clued up playing 4 or 5-handed. So yeah, I agree completely. I think the better players are more suited getting in early because they'll get a little half hour, maybe even an hour of short-handed play, which is going to benefit them.
Oh yeah, they don't. So am I on this table all day now? No. Oh, why you're not meant to be here, no?
Oh, yes, please. No, don't bring in one. Yes, thanks, Simon. I'll have a tea. Thank you. No sugar. Should remember that. Good old Simon. Simon's working in the back office. He's just the tea boy. We've got a new tea boy. We'll bring him back. We'll bring him for Manchester as well. So seat 1, Alan.
200.
So there is a slight edge for a better player, is there?
Yeah, when you're short-handed and you're more comfortable and you've got more experience playing short-handed tower, it's like you know that you need to be playing a wider range. Like you need to free bet more. Players probably that have less experience are unaware of that, and they're still going to play the same strategy they'd play at a 4-ring table. So it's better for you especially if you have the experience playing short-handed. So I agree, if you are someone that you think you're going to have a decent edge, get in early, get a little hour of 4 or 5-handed play, maybe chip up a little. And the other thing about entering early as well, sometimes you do get a superstar or two in the field that is happy to fire multiple bullets within the first session, so potential of early double up as well.
Interesting. So if you're listening and you think yourself as a more competent player, get yourself here from the start. It makes sense. Like it. It makes sense. But Bav we've seen all year. I had a cracking 3 or 4 months as Bav Catterick sat in seat number 8. He's played in London quite a lot and has done very well for himself. Early start of 2022, but it's good to be back. GUKPT here in Coventry. Obviously, we will be talking a lot of things Goliath.
So Eddie, ace jack, we'll raise it up.
Alan in seat number 1 with the 9s, calling the 200. Eddie Shez on form. Initially raising ace king 6 early doors. Eddie flopping best. Do you know Eddie Shez?
Not really, Tower, not too well, to be honest with you. I spoke with him briefly the other day when he was on the mini FT, but yeah, not too well.
Good morning. Anybody need a massage? Carla's here. Oh, Carla. Oh, me. Oh,
you can fiddle for it, Tower.
Oh, Carla, my shoulder. Was you busy yesterday?
Yeah, it was really busy yesterday.
Excellent.
Is it already staying? But quite a few players in.
The aches and pains of all poker players eased. The commentators have to suffer. It's all right.
I've never known a man suffer less than you.
So Alan turns a set of 9s. Carla's going to be busy on the floor.
See you guys later.
See you later. The aches and pains of the poker players whittled away by Carla.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Eddie here.
It is.
Alan choosing to call flop with the 9s, which is fine in this
I'm
situation.
liking a call, nothing else.
Well, the thing is, once Eddie double barrels here, Tower, it's going to be one of them situations where he can be very ace-x heavy here. So Alan just might be happy to start raising it up here and start getting some value from some ace-x.
Yeah.
It has just called. Obviously, can keep some of Eddie's bluffs in. Just flat in. 4 of spades on the river. And, if I'm Eddie here, still going to go for the 3rd street tower, especially after Alan just calls the turn here. Want to get some value from some worse ace-x, perhaps some king-x that's going to get sticky in this situation. So I'm going to be comfortably value betting our ace-jack here. I think it's fine to go bet on this particular board. Unfortunately for us, Alan does actually have one of the few hands that we're going to get check raised by.
Just firing in. Is that one at 1.1?
1.5, so half pot on the end. This perfectly fine from Eddie, but going to get the bad news very shortly. And it's a fairly easy bet fold spot. You don't expect anyone to really ever bluff on this board. Times that were raised, I guess we just have to give them credit for 2 pair or a set.
So I should stick in a raise. And the raising is never bluffing at this stage.
Raise 4,600.
And the 1 pair shouldn't be a problem for Eddie. Just dumping him in the muck. He won't like it at this stage of the game.
I think we'll find the fold tower.
Yeah, me too.
I just don't think Alan's ever going to check raise bluff this early on. I don't think many people are.
No.
So value-wise, he's never doing this with worse. It's just always got to give him credit for 2 pair. Like sometimes he could have just snagged ace 4 on the end, a hand like that. But more often than not, it's going to be like a set that's just slow played, set of sixes, set of nines, maybe some ace-9 in there as well. How are you doing, Colin? Colin Bidwell in the chat. Good morning, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Colin. And Ian Bosley's got an interesting fact that he was on the show Golden Balls with Eddie 12 years ago. Eddie doesn't look that old. He's supposed to be over 18 to be on a game show in the United Kingdom. Is he making a call? He is. He's flicking it in. He's making a call.
Maybe there's some history there between him and Alan. Maybe he thinks Alan is capable of bluffing in that spot, and if that's the case, then that's got to be why he's flicked in the call there with the ace jack.
I think you're right. Yeah, gold. I think the one with the golden balls, the biggest one I ever saw, was the one with Liv Berry, where she pleaded with the guy. you know the concept of the golden balls. She pleaded with the guy for a chop, and then stole it all at the end. Oh, nasty. Did you win anything, Ian? Did any of you win anything?
You get lucky anytime.
How you doing, Boz? How you doing, Francis?
Afternoon, Francis. Hope you're well.
Spav opening under the gun, raises a7 to 200, pulled in 3 spots.
King 9.
It's a flush draw here for Alan, not much else for anyone else. And Alan turns the flush, great start to him. Running hot early doors.
Nice.
I'm not going to get any action on this occasion. Got to fire this now 4-way, no need to check this one. Try and get some value from perhaps some 9x that could be out there that check twice. No player can call in this spot. And then Jim Marlowe tuning in.
Afternoon, Sam. Afternoon, Ben. All watching on social, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, anywhere you want to watch us.
Here's Matt Davenport.
Aye.
Bagged up.
He bagged up, so a quick check on what he did bag up. Look at that, 152,600. Not bad.
7.5x starting.
Very nice indeed. Some good names on there. Good names. It's Radu Danut was always up there with the chips as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Dan Stacey, saw Dan playing yesterday. The Mad Turk. We sat at the side of Wendy Watson for a long time.
Is he?
Hello, I'm Yusul Eminoglu. They all call me Mad Turk. Why is that? Yeah, some good names.
Odin Wayne on Twitch.
Alan's getting all the goods so far. All of them.
Yeah, like here, Tower in a four-handed coup, like just probably want to be veering always towards 3-betting the ace-queen here in this situation. Short-handed, hand value is going to be increased drastically, and Alan just choosing to flat this one out the big blind. And interesting flop. Has flopped 2 overs with straight flush draw. Now got top pair, top kicker with that straight flush draw, but the king jack of Norbert turning the king high straight.
Queen of Spades is still active for Alan in C1.
300.
Snap call from Norbert. As far away from anything as you could ever wish. The 2 of diamonds.
Yeah, and we've got clear value bet here now. As Norbert, once Alan checks, we can make the assumption that he's going to just be continuing with all his flushes after betting turn. So we can try and get paid here from some Jack X, maybe some 2-pair type holdings. 5s for 600 into 1.6. Just south of 40%. Value bet size. Maybe targeting the 2-pair part of Alan's range. Alan makes a good laydown. How are you doing, Gully? Afternoon, Tara and Jay. Got the family round watching poker, hoping for deep runs for Span, Ben Teague, Patrick Palmer and Jason Shellham today.
Nice one, Gully. Afternoon, family. Oi, oi. That's what they're playing for this year. All the players that are going to be hunting round this year for all the points. £40,000 package. And when you think a lot of poker around the world is opening up now, so there won't be as many punters just playing solely the GUKPT, you might just have a better chance this year. I know Bounce is doing really well. The likes of Ewan McNicholas, who got the package last year, he's out of the country for a couple of months.
Yeah, you got a lot of the top-notch players out of the country playing somewhere, either Prague, overseas in Vegas. So,
yeah.
Good chance, good opportunity.
The 10k in Vegas that Jack was playing.
Yeah.
They've got a high roller that starts
you
tomorrow.
said yesterday.
It's 10,000. The 10k that Jack Hardcastle's playing, they've got a high roller that's 10,500. That's the bit I don't understand. Why is a high roller just $500 more than the main, and you get twice as many chips? I know the structure will be totally different, but yes, fantastic package. 40,000 sponsorship package, Player of the Year trophy, 20,000 for second and third, and then 15 for fourth and fifth, and 10 for sixth to eighth. They are. It's telling you what, you follow the tour, you play the tour on a monthly basis. The biggest change and the best change this year is that you only get points when you cash. So you only get points when you cash. So we had a couple of instances last year where a couple of players were playing one, then playing another on the same weekend to get the points. Doesn't happen anymore. So if you are chasing it, good luck. There's a lot of money up for grabs. Afternoon, Essa. Morecambe's finest.
Spav River in top pair. No action from the 9 high. We've got Eddie raising to 300, blind on blind. Bad happy to call in Queen 5 of diamonds with position. And Eddie gets a lovely flop for his hand, flopping top 2. The King 9-7 board and checks it over to Bav. Two of spades on the turn. After we put in this deceptive check on the flop, we want to start firing now of our hand. Bav just can't put anything in there.
Wow, that was massive. You should have checked one more time.
Well, let me check back again.
No, I was going to bluff the turn.
So four-handed at this moment in time. Coventry's schedule for the rest of the... oh, it's disappeared. We'll bring it to you very shortly. We will bring it to you very, very shortly. But that's what's happening in the coming weeks and months.
No, he wears the hat the other way.
Plenty going on.
I'm more the bloodline one.
Very New Road next. Well, Luton next week for the deep stack. You flicking it in?
I might do, Tower. It
Depends
depends,
if he's busy.
If I'm busy or not.
Shopping at IKEA and stuff like that, you know.
Oh no, I've just checked.
okay.
No, I don't check blind ever.
Oh, don't you?
But yeah, Bury New Road on the horizon as well.
I might bet
In
but I don't check.
a couple of weeks' time.
Hopefully have some nice weather as well.
Yeah.
Back end of March.
Yeah,
usually
back end of
there in
March.
February, ain't we, where it's pretty cold usually in Manchester.
Yeah.
Might be nice to get some sunshine.
You wanted a quote? Okay, I'll give you a quote.
Show you the stats from yesterday, Esther, after the hand. Nav with the 7-5, hitting the 7 on the turn.
Yeah, Alan has him out kicked though. So just happy to call here, blind on blind with position.
Just a bit of a calling station, isn't it?
Yeah. Unless you've got a set, yeah. Then I'll
Then he
raise.
goes for the check raise.
Then I'll go for the check raise.
Not currently involved in this hand, please.
Can't you talk if you're not involved in the house?
6 hitting the river, so the 5 it rolls reversals. Bav catching the straight on the river. He's checked.
Wow, yeah, I'm surprised to see
I'm
that. Tower.
surprised there's a check because this should go check
Right.
all the time.
Yes, the flush completes as well, but I think a lot of the time, blind on blind here, Alan's probably going to have high frequency bets here with flush draws on the flop, so
You call the
I guess
clock,
9-10 gets there as well, but
Wow, you're
I
a
think we need to value that. That spot was bad. Me, he
You
was
got lucky on the river.
a bit wary of Alan, but I don't think he would have got called
Way
anyway.
apart from the river.
Yeah.
Super genius.
Alright. And I didn't pay you either.
So Essa, here it is for you. Stats from yesterday.
100 players, 26 making it through. Big stacks on the left, right at the top, 169,000. Mitch Hynham.
My brother.
Matt Davenport 152, Lee French 141, David Schmiel on 120, Leon Campbell 108, and Jay Yerbit 106. They're over the 6 figures.
Taking down comps and everything.
Very nice indeed.
I'm like,
Check. Raise to 300.
Very nice indeed. Good start. 100 runners for the GUKPT.
I'll do the check blind.
Just 400 in the early stages. Katie's on the list to be playing on this table. She's not here. Neither is John Bousfield.
300. Go. Check. There, please. There's it.
So 6s this time. Who's that? That's Sin Mellin. Good to see Sin.
players in here and they're like, we need a check, but they can beat it. So that's why we're here.
Good to see Sin Mellin in the room.
Enjoyed it.
Back playing poker again. I saw her turning up last night with Deborah.
No drinking
Deborah Willie
today,
Roberts. Lovely to see her again.
Make sure you stick to it today as well.
Raise to 300.
Ace-Jack 4 Bav raises to 300.
Cool. Now it's in.
Do a giveaway and how many John Bousfield will bag up. Stephen, you're not wrong. He is like being the man in form for the last 3 years.
That's what I always say, if you can't find Bousey, if there's a poker tournament going on and it's a day 2, he's probably there. Very consistent, Bousey.
He is indeed.
And very improved as well, his game over the
Yeah.
Last couple of years, I
Won
think.
the passport in years gone by, got a package last year and the year before. And he's in the top 5 already this year. If you wanna, if you think that the passports and the MPL don't work, just ask Bouncy.
Yes, that wins.
He probably hasn't had to put up a buy-in in the last 3 years, old
No,
Bouncy.
not at all. And obviously, when you get the more points you get, the more money you're making
I'll put a bet in anything there.
in the local comps. Boy, doing good. Hopefully, we'll see them, John Bousfield and Kate Swift. Hopefully, we'll see them as they're both down to play on our feature before the end of the first sesh.
All day.
Fingers crossed.
Basically. You don't like short-handed?
I don't mind short-handed, but I didn't realise we could play short-handed all day.
Yeah, I mean, you should have re-raised me with the extended.
I could have done,
Yeah, you should
but
have.
it's too early. That's the thing.
More and more players are coming in to the room. Don't forget to check all the details on the Poker Live app as well. Plenty going on. And has anybody been to see the new Batman? That's the big question.
I haven't even seen the old
No
Batman.
spoilers. What?
I've never seen Batman.
What?
I've never watched the Batman.
Oh, you need a full day off, mate. Oh, full day off. What are you doing next Tuesday? What are you doing next Tuesday?
I don't know.
Nothing.
Golfing.
Oh, right. Well, you'll need a rest on Wednesday. Wednesday. Get the list played
Okay.
of all Batman. The Dark Knight is one of the greatest movies ever. There you go. Sam instantly puts Dark Knight favourite film of all time. So yeah, it was out last night at the midnight showings. Apparently they were absolutely full all over the country yesterday. So if you've seen the new one, no spoilers. But actually we're going next week, Monday or Tuesday. Here's Tom. Tom will be doing a full stint round first level after the dinner break. Get all your questions in, get them wrote down, and get them ready to send to Tom regarding online. Anything about online, Tom will be here for an hour straight after the dinner break at 5:45. He'll be giving us all the information.
Maybe we can give away a couple of...
Whoa, giveaways!
Yeah, why not?
I might join him myself. Yeah, so any online questions, leave them till later. Get them wrote down and join us after the dinner break.
We won't be streaming the G400s Delirious on Twitch.
No, unfortunately not.
Yeah, just the GUKPTs is what we cover, and the Goliath as well. Obviously at the back end of August we'll be back here.
I think we might have a G400 final on the live stream.
Yeah, actually.
During
Yeah,
the
that's
Goliath,
a good
won't we? That will be involved.
And speaking of Goliath,
here it is. That's a
There
lot of
we go.
streaming. And there's a lot of streaming. The ladies' event will be streamed on the Saturday, the day 2. That's going to be streamed. So that'll be down to a final.
yeah, Sunday we are going to be streaming the Goliath flight in the morning, first 2 hours, and then moving on to GUKPT day 3 at 15:15. Don't.
Yep.
We might have to see about that.
We might be doing split shifts that day.
Yeah, something like that.
Because
I don't see why we wouldn't just come in at 2:15 and just start from there, finish about 4 in the morning.
yeah, but we're there mainly for Goliath,
Yeah.
aren't we? You know, we're there for Goliath. You might start at 2:15. We'll sort something out.
Loads of people will be here jumping in the
They
comms at
certainly
Goliath.
will.
On the Monday we're going to do the Flight C and then the High Roller day 2. On the Tuesday we're just doing the Flight D for the Goliath.
Yeah.
On the Wednesday we're going to have the G400 final table as well as the Goliath Flight E. Thursday is going to be Goliath Flight F. As well as final table for G400, sorry, that's going to be on the Thursday, and then the Friday both turbo flights. Saturday's day 2 of the Goliath, and on the Sunday, the final day, is when we're going to crown the champion, Goliath 2022.
There's plenty going on. There'll be plenty of live streaming. There'll be plenty of comms going on. Everybody there for the week. It is a long stretch, but it's always exciting. It's always good. And hopefully a lot of you guys will be on this said table right at the end. But we will be at Berry New Road doing a cash game stream.
Yeah.
On the Wednesday. Half the table's already been full, apparently.
Yeah, I think we got 4 seats locked already. So I think Jamie Lee's going to be back playing. That was on this cash game.
Yeah.
Aleem Kanji going to be joining us as well. James Jagger going to be back. And I think Andy, the one
Andy Cooper
with the old 2.4x river bluff with Jack High, is going to be back to entertain us, and then we'll have some fillers in there as well.
Absolutely. That'll be on the Wednesday as we start GUKPT Manchester. So plenty going on. Any questions, fire them into the chat, and don't forget Tom Hudson will be back after the dinner break for an hour chatting away about anything online.
Bet 2,200.
Anyway, the ace king this time. As Alan out kicked, and then Rivers 2 pair. So it looks like he's going to get some chip backs here. Alan, is he making the call? Thinks he's probably going to chop it. And he has the check mark.
Welcome.
Can't see him folding, I must admit. I cannot see him folding.
You sat on it. This is ever seat 3. But it's over there.
Oh, I
It's
think
the
that's
dealer.
C3.
It's the dealer. That's right.
Of course not. I'm thinking he's the dealer.
Yeah.
So he does pay him off. Well, he might be chopping it better at worst. But unfortunately, Eddie Shez has got the ace king for the bigger two. Incoming into seat number 3. That's Phil. Phil's going to be going into seat number 3.
Nice chat, Kaha.
Always been a bit bigger on the turns as well.
No. You know what? I'm fresh though. Man woke up at 8 AM for the first time in like months.
You saw, I almost took re-race chips, didn't I?
If you raise 10, I'll probably just fold.
You might fold,
Depends how
might
much you make it, because you look like you're going to make it 3.5.
Yeah, no, I didn't realise these were hundreds.
No, the thousands.
Yeah, they're thousands, that's right. I nearly made it 3.5, and if I'd accidentally done that,
It would have worked.
it would have worked.
Would have worked.
Yeah.
And they say accidents are a bad thing, eh?
Yeah. That was a fish call anyway.
And Tasneem on Facebook, good afternoon. Early stages, day 1B here in Coventry. Short-handed at the moment.
My small
They will be coming through the door. Hiya Taz, how are you? Used to work in Blackpool Grosvenor casinos. How's Taz? Hope you're well.
300.
More players coming through the door on a regular basis now. They don't want to be too late. They've heard you saying all the better players need to turn up sharpish, so they've all come through the door. Currently sat down at the minute is 95, so 200 runners in total.
500.
King 6 side 5 flop. Eddie flopping best again. Alan's got a piece of it. 10 on the turn.
Check.
Happy to go for another streak, it looks like here, Eddie, with a king 9. Alan's call perfectly fine once with the bottom pair and backdoor flush draw. Well, Eddie's going to check here for a bit of deception, try and get his value on the river, assuming it's check to him.
Check.
Yeah, Alan's put in a little sneaky check here after River in 2 pair, and Eddie has to value bet this spot tower again. Scenario he had against Alan early on, where he had to value bet after Alan put in a sneaky little check, and he's going to get the bad news once more. Fires, and going to thin value raise here, Alan? No, he's just happy to call, and gets the bad news. Eddie does. Queen on the river. Good afternoon, Sean, watching on Facebook.
Good afternoon, Sean. Glad you're well, Taz. Yeah, we're all good, thank you very much. We'll see you knocking around, I'm sure. Pesky's in the building. How are you doing, Pesky? How's Stoke? It's not like Cov this morning, it was wet.
Yeah, wet and windy, not nice.
Wet and windy. Oh, like you went for the coffees. He pushed her out the door. Did you find out it was wet and windy then when he pushed her out the door?
On the table?
Nah, there's a table there. There must be one over there.
I'll grab the table.
As you can see, the big clock there, counting down. Hi, hi. A big delivery of water to the table.
Check. I'm alright.
Good touch, the complimentary water in the fridge. Big bottles of water for all the players. Just get in there and help yourself.
Check.
Nice touch. Helps the valleys out as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Helps the valleys out. I know they still bring...
Even the coffee machines, which are usually a quid to get like your coffee from, like
They're
they're free this
yeah.
weekend, and players can just get up and go and help themselves.
Absolutely. Don't expect your free coffee when you come down and watch Coventry City on a Saturday afternoon. Are they at home this week? Have we found out?
I don't know, I can have a look. Oh, there you are.
They're away at Swansea. Ah. They were at home last week. Have you seen the FA Cup draw? You would have had Chelsea if you'd have won.
I would have,
but you didn't.
Pointless winning then. We might as well save the fitness, right? Rather than play another game.
Oh, we're playing for the league. Is that the old adage?
Playing for top 6 at the moment, Tower, at best. Lemon, Tower's treble will be away tomorrow.
Absolutely.
We'll get it underway. We'll get a win up eventually.
We will. I'll be studying all night.
That is my lifelong goal, to get one Towers treble up while I'm streaming a GUKPT, and it will happen sooner or later.
I might do your trick. You know, about the 3-1 to 25 shots. How did that go down?
No good.
Yeah, we'll have a value Towers treble tomorrow on the live stream. Grosvenor Sport. Don't forget Grosvenor Sport as well. On day 3 of this event, players will be marked up. They'll be booked up. They'll be able to have a little bit of a flutter. On all the remaining players on the Sunday, that always happens. I like that idea.
Bet 2,000.
So Eddie happy to value bet his 5 deuce of diamonds here. An interesting spot for Philip here, because Eddie shouldn't really ever have a king in this spot. Difficult for him to have a king the way the hand's playing, unless it's the bear king of clubs. So may think about hero in this one with the pocket 7s. Does he think Eddie's ever going to go as thin as a 9 in this spot? If the answer to that question is no, then he might just flick in the call here with the pocket 7s. There are plenty of bluffs that have missed, but makes a good discipline laydown. Fair play to Phil. Gonna need another L in Phil's name.
Is it 2 L's, is it? We'll get Simon on the case. Mine's spelled with 1 L. I always got told it was because my dad couldn't spell. That's what I always got told as a kid. Why is there only 1 L in your name? Because my dad couldn't spell. I always got told that.
Oh yeah, I was thinking, what are you on about? So, yeah, you're not. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm just used to
There's
tower.
no L's in tower.
Yeah. My brain's trying to like rock through. It's early. The coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Oh, no L's in tower. I was like, what tower?
Every hand.
Brilliant.
Cut 300. Fold. Here's Sean.
He's a fan. Oh wow, club as well. I thought I was playing blackjack. I was on the pitch. You know when you get 7 cards? Yeah. And then like 2 more pick up 2 more blackjack.
So the table's filling up. And by the time the end of the session, I'm sure it'll be full. Players coming through the door, over 100 now.
Yeah, I'll still play it. Sick it.
Heads up.
Fold. 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 Check. Check.
Early stages, day 1B, over 100 runners so far. 665 flop.
Bet. 200. Fold.
So Alan and Bav and Eddie and Alan have been at it quite a while. For early stages, day 1B. Plenty going on. Oh.
Fold. Raise 300. Fold. 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 Check. Bet. Fold. Fold, fold. Fold. Check. Check.
I wish you hope.
Oh, we're on mute. Sorry about that. I don't know why you're on mute. I think my finger caught it as I flicked the button. But yeah, their chip counts from overnight. Sorry about that. We were on mute. I think my little finger just caught it. Anyway, turn it off. We're back on now.
200. Fold.
Aye, Cyprus is now watching. Mehmet Halil. How you doing, Mehmet? How's the weather? Mad Turk played yesterday. Yusul Eminoglu.
Yeah, backed up.
But did bag up chips.
Check.
Good to have Northern Cyprus watching. The summer is coming. The days are getting warmer.
I think too thin here for Alan to ever go for value here of the 8. We've got enough showdown to just check this one. And that's exactly what he does. Checks behind, takes it with a 7-8. Line's going up in just over 10 minutes, taking us into level 2 of the day. Fairly quiet start. We had a very quiet day 1A yesterday, weren't really too much going on. Hopefully that's not the case today. But just early stages, usually fairly quiet at the feature. Alan ace-king in the cutoff. Not choosing to open, limping for 100 here. And like Phil's decision to ISO the Queen-Jack here. Alan not limp raising, just happy to limp call the ace-king. $559 rainbow board, and Phil going to have plenty of continues on this fairly dry texture. Don't need to go too large, opts for half pot. We can go as small as quarter on this particular board, but chooses the half pot sizing, and Alan with a nut high hand just can't go anywhere here with the ace king. Has to call at least once here, still going to have the best hand a lot of the time. And the ace on the river. It's an interesting card because in terms of range this should be so much better here for Alan being the raiser, but being for Phil being the raiser, but Alan actually sat here with ace king. There's a card that you expect Alan to check a lot of the time in terms of range, but with ace king in this spot he's just happy to come out firing. He's going to get the job done. If he checks there, Phil might have elected to bluff that one. He's going to have more ace x in his perceived range. T-run? Yes, please. It's right, Sam. I find it quite entertaining.
What's that?
Don't get it too often.
Oh, yeah. GUKPT, day 1 beat. Hope everybody's good. T-run. Oh, we got sat down now. This is getting full.
Allegro.
Allegro. Now that's a beard. Loving it.
Raise 1,000. Call. Okay. Just check your seat number there.
So no bet opening button, 3-bet from Eddie. Suited ace, can incorporate into our 3-bet range. Gets it through.
He thought this was seat 3. He thought seat 1 was over there somewhere. I mean, it was.
Print and sign.
Odin Sabrit.
You were drinking, they felt the
Good
effects.
afternoon.
The dealers to the back. You just don't see it, do you? So
It depends which way you walk to. If you walk to it from behind the big one,
But whichever way is there to walk to this table? It's very hard to walk to this table without thinking. Okay, I thought he looked pretty casual for a deal.
Yeah, when I went to a table, it's like I'm supposed to be in seat 1 or 2, and I got there and there was this young man, and Dean said, why are you in the right seat? And he said, oh no, I'm supposed to be in seat 8. Why did you sit there? Just decided he was going to sit there.
Now, for 2 and 8, I can get me this little say.
Circa and you'll come in after this one.
can somewhat get it. I can't get it, but I somewhat understand it. So I think if this is seat 3,
We had 100 entries yesterday, 26 bagging up.
It's a good sign.
Call.
Yeah.
What's he giving me? Raise 600. Call.
So Norbert choosing to limp the Queen Jack. Much prefer an open this deep, but happy to limp call. Eddie raising its full 6x on the button with the 3s.
Check.
Flop at Jack 9-9 rainbow.
Bet 400.
And Eddie happy to continue paired board rainbow texture.
Call.
But Norbert obviously can't go anywhere. Flopping 2 pair. 2 clubs on the turn.
Check.
This is probably where we're going to see Eddie slow down a lot of the time with the 3s. Just thinking about Ranger hands that are going to call us on the flop. Jack X, 9X in there. I guess we do target some like 10-8, Queen 10, as well as some other gut shots in there with our second barrel. But like Jack X and 9X just never folding in any given situation facing this double barrel. And then Norbert here just got a clear call, can't do anything else, never raising this spot, never folding.
600.
You don't like those 9s anymore, do you?
It does choose to raise. Wow, surprised to see that. Should just be a clear call, that one, with the Queen Jack there. Once we start raising, only ever really get an action from worse better hands, folding out worse hands that we want to keep in there, some bluffs potentially. Did opt to raise. How are we doing, Kev? Your line's not looking too good, mate, unfortunately. The overs on the what I gave yesterday, it's been fairly quiet start today. We only had 100 entries yesterday, so I think we need 400 odd today with the turbo and day 2 buy-ins to get to that mark, but we'll see. Obviously players like a little lie-in and probably going to turn up a bit later in the day, as we usually see. But there's plenty of us like the UK regulars there. They're out in Vegas, quite a lot of them. There's probably like 15 to 20 players out there. There's a few going to Prague.
Call. Call. Check. Check. 300. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Sheffield Wednesday, Oxford Swindon is the bet from Kev in the chat. Towers treble will be out tomorrow. I might put a little treble up as well. If you fancy a little flutter on Grosvenor Sport. That's what's going on online. Bottom of your screens. 1.5 million Bounty Hunty series.
Call. Call. Call.
So deuce, 7-8, 2 heart flop.
Bet 400.
Phil flopping the best of it with his top pair. Have unknown holding in the cut-off. Continues for 40%. And Philip obviously can't go anywhere here with the 10-8. Just happy to call 4 spades on the turn. Still going to have to call a second street here. as Phil. Although this is a card we do expect Bath when we're in the blinds to check fairly often here. Obviously still going to have 9s through aces in his range, being the opener here. But there are plenty of bluffs he can have as well. There's front door hearts, back door spades now coming in. All 4 combos and 9-10 suited, although we have removal from that. But Phil's just got too good a hand here to start folding. So has to call once more with his top pair. And we're going to face the decision on the river. Well, not going to be a decision now for us on this 10 of spades river here. Not going to be folding to a 3rd barrel from Bath. Still like to see a check though. Wow, he's going to lead. Maybe try and represent some missed hearts, but we need to check that spot there as Phil. It's just led, and Bav's able to just snap fold and potentially could have got a bluff from Bav there on the river if we check that over to him, and we can just happily check call after river in top 2. Opted for the donk on the river. Bav was the aggressor. Maybe just thought it was a card that Bav's going to be checking back too often, trying to get his value that way.
Yeah, I live local. Everyone I know is at the same thing.
I bought 2 rooms. I did.
See you boys, mate.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Razor Kev, how are we doing?
And I tried to book for the whole thing though.
Oh, he's already putting the bets in. He can't spoil it.
Check. Check.
Early stages of Coventry. We nearly have a full ring.
Bacon Ruffles, did you used to watch Skins on E4 back in the day? I didn't.
No.
I remember it being on, I never actually got around to watching it. Never been much of a someone to watch series really on the TV. Usually only TV I ever watch is just football matches.
Is there a lookalike on our table?
Lookalike?
From one of the people in Skins?
Ah, maybe.
No.
Yeah, I've seen the In-Betweeners. Who hasn't seen the In-Betweeners?
Yeah, I know. Raise 400. Hold. Hold. Hold.
Just a random question, no idea why you asked.
Well, why not? That's what we're here for.
Anything. Throw anything in the chat.
Absolutely, throw us anything. We're here to answer any questions. And just remember, we do have a ban button. just remember that. You can see in the top right hand corner, blinds will be going up next hand. Oh, he's just seen the clock as our Louis, so he's going to riffle this as quick as he can to get one more in at 1-1. Let me tell you, he'll get it in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's riffled. There you go. Last hand at 1-1. He saved the players the extra 100 chip.
No, not seen Dream Team. I remember it being on the TV when I was younger, but never watched Dream Team. EastEnders the same. Don't watch EastEnders.
Raise 300. Hold. Hold.
I watch a lot of poker, a lot of just football matches. That's about it. Nothing really else for me. Don't really watch too much TV nowadays.
Bet 500. Full.
Alright, we have a new blend.
I really struggle to, when someone recommends something, to really get into it. Like one or two episodes in, that's it, that's me done. Never go back to it. Something really struggles to actually catch my attention and think, well, I'm going to watch this, watch the old series of this, watch the box set, whatever it may be. Yeah, that's it for tour. That's actually on Poker Go. I watch a lot of like reruns of stuff sometimes, and they've obviously got the new season out now as well. But yeah, it's a lot of either poker streams or like cash games. I love watching Hustler at the moment. That's got some really good games there. But yeah, it's mainly probably I'd say 80 to 90% of my viewing nowadays is probably poker, and then the rest is just probably when there's a decent football match on, and when Spurs are on as well. That doesn't fall in the remit, a decent football match at the moment. From time to time, yeah, snooker. When like the Masters or World Championship on, I'd usually watch that, but it's usually reruns on like YouTube or something that I'd be watching it on. That's Ace 10 3 rainbow board.
400.
Yeah, I agree with Tor. It's not the same as it was back in the day. It seems everyone who's got a bit older that was playing on there 10-15 years ago. Like Ivy in the first episode, it weren't the Phil Ivy of 10-15 years ago on high stakes poker, I'll tell you that. He was just seemed to be a lot more solid, and it's just crazy how getting older can change your game, it seems, at the poker table. Here she is, Katie Swift in the building. Shifting the furniture just to sit down. And Bouse is here as well. Katie and Bouse join at the same time.
How many phones have you got? It's a competition on the table.
Who's got more phones? The average is 3.
The average is definitely not.
That's the correct reaction.
Yeah, I agree with Tor. I think it'd be like I know what they're trying to do, obviously the novelty of it, like the old high stakes poker, but I think it'd be better getting some like action players in, like a lot more action, like some Matt Kirk or even someone like Garrett in there, who obviously on Hustler is very good action, obviously plays unbelievably well, but obviously runs it in certain spots. And but I understand what they're trying to do. Yeah, the sky's goated. I think everyone's seen that in the poker community. The old slow roll, and then the justice as well the week later. Usually say there's no justice in this game, but on that occasion there was.
Did you answer Stan Nicky's on Facebook? It's his wife's birthday on the August the 30th. What advice can you give me to attend Goliath without getting divorced?
Professional cheating.
Bring her with you, Stan. Flick her in.
There you go, Stan. Birthday present. Buying today one here. What's on the 30th? We'll show you. In fact, straight after this flop. 7-9 flop, 7-4-2.
And Vitor said, get her in the booth, Stan. She can do some commentary on you.
There you go. You never know, there might be somebody walking around with a microphone that can sing happy birthday. You never know these things. Surprisingly, Alan and Eddie involved in a hand.
Stream, not allowed. Surely you know this as an ambassador. Conversate with your customers.
I am. I'm always having
Little meditation, yeah. I'm not gonna let you relax today. No. I'm gonna be eating here all day. Do you? You can hear clearly, innit?
I don't mind this at all here from Alan. See this a lot more nowadays. Raising the stronger top pairs.
I'm just at the same one.
Eddie with his gut shot and over card. Happy to pill. With position, Queen of Clubs on the turn. Shouldn't really change anything from the A7 perspective here. Shouldn't really be too much Queen X that Eddie's ever going to have. Shouldn't actually be any in this spot. I'm not going to open Queen 4 or Queen Deuce. And Queen 7 suit will be only 1 or 2 combinations of that. So we're still confident here as Alan that we got the best hand a lot of the time. We're still worried about the oval pairs, the 8s for aces, Eddie being the initial raiser, but still happy to try and get some value from our 7x here with a nut kick up. But I'm facing this now. Eddie just has to get out of the way.
It's got to be one that's not
Can't see
like
him continue.
like, give your head
Get on his playlist.
Oh no.
Put you to sleep.
Sam says, quality of Hustlers production makes it so watchable just as a programme. I'm the same as you, Jay. Have it on the background almost all the time.
Yeah, someone try and get max value.
Yeah, it all works really well. I enjoy it all.
I guess I left just in time. I'm from London.
Alright, when you do it.
So on the wife's birthday, on the 30th, we've got Goliath Flight D, the 456 Omar, or the G-Floor 400 Flight 1C, and then Sandra's just said she doesn't like poker.
Well, you can play other flights. You can play on the 31st, on the 1st. You could come down on the Friday for the turbo, or maybe come a week before, bag up, go home, come back for the.
Sit KFC at midday and play the 456 Omar at night time. Sword. Stan, bring her along. Bring her along. Get her involved. Get her involved. Just discussing that Katie plays one song in her ear all day long for 10 hours. And Bab's trying to work out what it is. I'm trying to give her a choice of songs. Sam's here on the 27th all the way through. Awesome. Good stuff. There are a lot of people doing that in Coventry this year. Booking up their hotels for 4, 5 and 6 days.
So Clegro, King Jack of Diamonds raises to 400, and Bav incorporating a light free bet here with a 6-4 of clubs. Mixing it in. And King Jack of Diamonds is deep. She's not folding this one as Clegro, although the sizing from Bav here is closer to the 4x remit. But I can't see how we're going to fold King Jack of Diamonds this deep, especially versus Bav, who obviously got some competency about him and doesn't necessarily have to have a hand here when he free bets, as we can see. And Bav probably going to lose one bet here. I think when we have this particular hand, complete trash on this board, stone cold bottom of our range, never going to be a bad thing to come in for one bet here, like even third pot around 1.1k. Just fire once. If we get called, that's when we can shut down. We can start folding out all the Clegros like deuces through 8s here, some suited ace-x as well. But Bav just choosing to check this one behind. I guess in terms of range, we will check some King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10, the hands with pairs and gut shots. Bav does pick up some showdown on the turn. We do now go ahead of hands like Ace Jack and Ace 10 that Clegro can have here, as well as deuces through 5s, not deuces anymore, but 2 of hearts on the river, and now we got a clear value bet hit spot here as Clegro, after Bav has checked twice.
And that is the end of the hand. Does that schedule include the GUKPT? I don't think it's been added to the front. Yeah, it is. There it is. Thursday, the 25th. I think the GUKPT, the Thursday the 25th, is in the card room, isn't it? In the casino, which is why it's on at the front, and it's not part of the Goliath schedule. But I think we take over the whole. Do we take over the whole from Friday or Saturday?
Friday, Saturday's Thursday, and then everyone's involved on Friday.
Are we streaming Friday?
Yes.
We're streaming
1B.
Oh, alright, so we start streaming on GKPT main 1B. Awesome. That's when we start streaming on the Friday. And then all the way through there's different events like the ladies event, the GKPT main day 3, we've got the high roller day 2 going on. Flight D of Goliath. At the moment on the Tuesday, that will be the sole stream on the Tuesday. On the Wednesday, oh, party time!
No.
Who are we getting in touch with?
I don't know.
They send out the information.
Patrick's busy, unfortunately.
Just let you know, Tower with Noel is involved in Joker's Wild at 6:30. Just let you know. There'll be Tower will disappear. You'll need a co-commentator at 6:30.
Okay.
So get Patrick right. Tom Dwan, give him a call.
I haven't got Tom's number.
No,
I'll ask Patrick for Tom's number. Actually, I'll drop Patrick a text. I'm sure he'll see. Let me know if Tom's available. Get him over.
Like it. How many runners in the turbo likely to get tonight for the GUKPT here? That's tomorrow. Tonight.
No, it's tonight.
It is tonight. It is Friday. Yes.
It's the cash game. It throws you off, don't it?
I know.
It's been doing the same to me.
9 o'clock turbo. I reckon we'll get around 80 runners. That's what I reckon. It also gets a lot of uniques.
And if your questions about the Goliath, John, lots is probably the answer.
Yeah,
to
the turbo on the last buying day, the Friday. We reckon over 2,000 players for the both flights. And that's what we reckon.
Alan in the hijack 7.5 at Diamonds could potentially open this one, but chooses to limp for 100. Norbert checks his option, and Eddie does the same with the King Deuce.
More successful than me. I tried.
Ace, Queen, 10 all diamonds.
Wow. And wow.
Any redraws around for Norbert.
Flush draw. What a flop for Alan. Flops are nuts here, but not the nuts. Flops flush, but nut redraw for Norbert. But what a flop. Just limp the 7.5 of diamonds. Ace, Queen, 10 all diamonds. What a life.
Oh, wow!
Oh,
we got it, Royal!
Norbert turns the Royal.
Boom, baby. Ship it.
How do we get value here? Only really ever going to get some action from the bare 9 or bare 8 of diamonds. Maybe not even the 8. How is Norbert going to proceed here with his Royal? Just going to call.
Don't pair up. The 7 of clubs. Do we have to lead this, or are we hoping that
I wouldn't mind a lead at all
it?
here, Tower. I think I like a lead because most hands, there's just so many hands that are going to check behind for Alan. Like the hand he has specifically here would be checking back, and he mucks the 7.5 of diamonds. And is Norbert going to show the old King of Diamonds?
Please show it. Please show it. Please show it. He did show the King of Diamonds. Didn't mind the fall with the 7, but I think I might have called with the 7 of diamonds there, to be fair, and paid him off just to see the Royal.
You could have saw it half hour later on the stream.
You've got to get the table around the shots for that.
But I think I like the decision to lead there, just because there's so many hands that are just going to check back.
So bets out with the Royal, which we said the right thing to do, but didn't get the action. He got a Royal.
No, not really. To be honest, I've never had a Royal with 1 card. All my Royals have come with 2 whole cards.
All my Royals? Yeah. All my Royals? Yeah. How many you had?
3.
Have you really?
I've had 3.
Oh, get you.
3. And they're like, I've had quite a lot online, I think, but live I was 3 Royals live. I'm just waiting for the diamonds to complete the get the achievement for every suit. I'm literally just waiting for diamonds, and then I've had a Royal in every suit.
Well, let us know when it happens.
It probably never will, Tell. Like I said, I don't play enough holding nowadays. It's I've never had a Royal with 1 whole card.
And there you go. We've had a royal. One card royal maybe, but we've still had a royal. Essa, who is Finnish, just like Patrick Antonius, just put up that your mate's got a festival of poker. The Patrick Antonius challenge is back. I think you might be busy. Damn.
So far today, we have had 107 entries so far today.
Awesome. We'll build and build and build all day long. Late reg is all day.
Razor, you mad? Punished!
I just want to see your undergun range.
My undergun range is any two. Undergun is a new button.
When you say any two, you mean any two, not any.
Yeah, any 2x. Yeah. They never put you out. You know when it comes deuce, they're like, what? Yeah.
Norbert, King Queen of Spades in the calf raises to 400.
Oh, what's this thing? This thing here. Oh, shit.
Bad got easy defend here with a Jack 10 off.
26 bags. Right, you got 26 bullets for this thing.
That's the plan.
Nice result.
Thank you.
He told me at the start of this was the first tournament. I hustled straight away.
Got some action flops with these two hands. Well, this is one of them. Bad flop in top pair, Norbert with 2 overs and the second nut flush draw. We're definitely going to see some chips go in. Just going to be check calling this one here as Bath with the Jack 10 out the big blind. Well, he's opted for a fairly small size here, so Bav actually opted to check raise the top pair here. Obviously Norbert's still going to have the Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10 in his range, as well as Jacks for aces, but I guess from late position, Bav raising this Jack 10 for value versus the LP raise and continue. 4 of clubs on the turn. Now our 4x raise has been called, but we continue in to try and get value from our 10x. Looks like he is. Bav firing once more. Bit of 1.8. Katie's so attentive in pots like that she's not even in. She really does pay attention to everything. Just seeing her giving both players a stare down, not even involved. And King on the river. Have to check this spot here now as Bav, after we've been called twice, after we check raise flop with our Jack 10, and then Norbert going to have pretty clear value bet spot here, simply because Bav you expect to just continue firing here with his deuce X. He can have a deuce defending out the big blind, and once he check raises that, he's just going to go bet. So once he checks here, we're just going to feel confident here that our King Queen of Spades is the best hand. We can credibly rep bluffs in terms of spade draws, but I really like this value bet here from Norbert on the river, trying to get called specifically by a 10 that Bav can have.
What's the bet as Norbert? What's he stuck in? What is the bet?
I like going small, like third here tower. It looks a bit bigger than that. It looks like 3.6 is that. I wouldn't mind going like 2k here. Try and really eke that value out of a 10. There it is, 3.6, but wouldn't mind choosing like a third pot size in here, really. Try and
o'clock or something. I mean,
get called by a 10x type hand, and maybe he's sized up so he can incredibly have more bluffs, perhaps more spade combinations that choose to bluff this river. How are you doing, Bobby? Any more of these cash games on the tour? Yeah, we're going to have a cash game every Wednesday before the main event starts, every leg. Already got a few names on the list for Manchester, but what we are trying to do, we're trying to get some locals from around that area involved in each cash game, and Bath does pay it off.
No, that's
and,
fair enough.
Sees the bad news. Say what? I saw Bav take his chips back and put them on his stack. Sure I did.
What happened there?
Watching.
Why, how did Bav win the pot?
I have no idea, Tom. I'm having a little look now.
Bav didn't win the pot. Well, no. Well, we need to...
There's the call.
There's the call.
Oh, he marked. The king queen just marked. He probably didn't realise he rivered top pair.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. He just probably thought he had the flush draw tower. Oh, wow. He didn't realise he rivered the king.
Whoa. King, queen,
oh, my.
Oh. We'll have to have words with Norbert.
Didn't realise he rivered the king. Just thought he missed his flush draw. Oh, wow. What a life for Bav. That is the rungage you don't talk about.
Absolutely.
Someone mucking the winner versus you.
Norbert's now thinking, what have I just done?
There's me thinking he was value betting. In his head he was bluffing.
Yeah, when you don't turn over the cards, your hand is dead.
Yeah, I literally just watched it back, guys. He mucked his cards, Norbert.
Definitely not a card read error. He slid his cards into the dealer's pile without turning them over. Can't win a hand if you don't show your cards.
Yeah, very rare we see that, especially in a 1K tower.
Yeah, we'll check the stack sizes as well.
Yeah, so Gibraltarian.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Gibraltarian.
The system thinks that the pot's gone to Norbert because obviously he had the check
done.
mark. Yeah, as it should have done, because after he calls, the system just adds the chips on to his stack. So we're going to get that rectified very shortly, and stack sizes will be back to normal, hopefully, in 4 or 5 hands.
Yeah. Yeah, the system obviously with a tick mark, with a check mark, it adds the chips to his stack because you don't expect to muck the winning hand. So it will all get rectified in the next orbit. It will sort itself out. That was bizarre. So Norbert's stack, obviously, Norbert and Bav are both round about 20k now instead of 30 and 11. Interesting. Maybe always look down and check your cards. Because the system's got the check mark outside of Norbert, it instantly adds the chips to him. We don't expect him to muck the winning hand. So yeah, so the stacks do rectify themselves shortly, but obviously the action tracker at the time, because he's out the back and can't see the table live, he doesn't realise that Norbert folded the winning hand. So he thinks, but it does get rectified very, very shortly. But as you say, it's crazy in a 1K. It is indeed. When he watches it back, he'll probably never not look down at his cards this tournament.
Okay, you're getting involved for the first time today with the pocket jacks. Raises to 300. And king and 10 of hearts here for Eddie, 3-betting to 800. And we got Bav here with the ace queen tower.
Right.
And out the on the button here, could potentially cold 4 this. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Cold 4 to 2k, like the sizing choice. And action going to be back on Katie with the jacks, and all this action occurring behind her. Not going to love our life here with the pocket jacks. But with Eddie and Bam involved, can't see how Katie's going to fold, and looks like she's just happy to call here for the 20 big blinds. And Eddie now getting this price with the king 10 of hearts, getting 4 to 1 and a call, closer to 4.5, and king 10 of hearts, really nice hand, closing the action. Could potentially see Eddie come along here in this 4-bet queue with the king 10 suited, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And we've got a 3-way 4-bet pot here.
So Katie checks the flop of 974.
As she should. Bav's going to still have the queens, kings and aces in his range, being the 4-better, so Katie just wants to be checking this one over. Happy to check call. And Bav opted in for the 2.6 into 6.3 sizing, so just south of half. And Katie not going to be going anywhere here with the jacks. Just happy to call. And now Eddie can get out of the way with the king 10 of hearts. He should be done with a hand.
Seven of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, so now if I'm Bav, I'm probably going to be slowing down with my ace queen. Yes, we got removal to queens and aces here, but Katie, once she calls this flop tower, like her range is going to be pretty condensed in this 4-bet situation. Like a lot of the time, it's going to be 10s, jacks, queens, one of those 18 combinations. I guess she can have maybe some like ace king suited, ace king of diamonds, ace king of clubs, ace king of spades. Probably would all pill once too. Because Bav's stack size is incorrect as well. Bav actually fairly deep here, so like Bav's decision to check this one behind. But what's a river for Bav here with the ace queen? And if Katie checks, we can now value bet.
She has checked.
Like you expect Katie, if she doesn't 5-bet kings, which she probably wouldn't this deep, that she's probably going to leave this river. So our ace queen here, in terms of hand strength, next hand down. Happy to value bet, target specifically jacks and 10s here. We're never going to get a call from the ace king anyway, so targeting jacks and 10s. There's the bet from Bav. Dream river for him.
Is that 8.4?
Yeah, so it's going to put him all in, but that's not the case because of the graphic error from the hand before.
Yeah. Yeah. Just worked out. The graphics disappear. Simon's realised what's happened.
I doubt that's the case, Lewis, in a 4-bet coup. Obviously, maybe in a single race pot, you see a lot more donking nowadays, but in a 4-bet situation where Bav can have the aces still, I don't think Katie's ever going to want to donk this flop. Yes, she's not going to have 4s, she's not going to peel 4s to a cold 4-bet, she's not going to call 7s to a cold 4-bet, so she's probably going to have 9s at a small frequency, and that's about it on this flop. And then Bav's still got the aces and the kings here. Yes, she can have trapped aces, but why are we going to donk it? We've got aces in this spot. Anyway, we're going to continue the trap.
She makes a call to see the bad news, unfortunately. Nice hand, she taps the table. So Bav's stack has increased and is being corrected, as we know. Norbert's stack will drop down as well because he's only on 20,000 and not 30.
Yeah, and the other thing, Lewis, that's in a 500 zoom. That's a 6-handed cash game set, and we're not peeling 7s to a 4-bet in a full ring coup. We're just not. It's not going to be good. So yeah, I get what you're saying in 500 no limit zoom where everyone's going to be crushers, but this is a bit of a different field. Like, it's all relevant to tournament, and obviously that's going to be a cash game as well. And it's 6-handed, which makes a big difference. Obviously ranges are going to be different in a 6-handed coup to a full ring coup in an MTT.
Uncle loves to play pots with me, innit? Uncle loves to play pots with me. Every time I raise his in.
I keep thinking we're playing 400 and I've got to see the clock.
Yeah, we're not 400 anymore. Come on. I'm gonna go for a curry later, relax.
So early stages, Coventry, day 1B. There's a turbo flight at 9 PM as well. And if you want to get involved with a quicker game, we're here for day 1B at this moment in time. 114, 114. Price pool just shy of £200,000 at this moment in time. If you want to get involved with the turbo, it starts at 9.
Gibraltarian talking about misreading the hand. Said even Ivy's done it before in a 10k.
I think the most famous one I remember was Phil Lark folding. I'm sure he had something like ace-6 and he rivered the ace, and it was a 60k pot. That's the one I vividly remember.
I remember Ivy with the pocket 9s when it come 4 to a flush, and he didn't realise he had the 9 of clubs, I think it was at the time, or 9 of spades. I think it was a black 9 he needed for a flush, and just mucked it. That's the great thing about online poker as well. You can never muck the winner.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Click a button, if you win, you win.
Nit or fish?
Are you a nit or a fish? Which one is it?
Yeah, that's a good fold there from Bab actually, Tower.
I guess the curry's on you, Uncle.
The A7. Probably doesn't expect Alan to go his feelings at 10 like he did on that occasion, so I'm just doing the nut 7, lose the flushes as well. Nice little fold there from Bav. Hopefully chip count's going to get rectified very soon.
Oh, I thought they had, because he moved Bav up when...
Maybe it's not updated on this system, Tower, because this is a bit behind. Yeah, like 30 seconds, a minute behind, so we'll try it next hand, hopefully.
Yeah,
I'm not happy about this. That's why I went to the nit or the fish. Yeah. I went with the right one.
I just thought last hand it showed us that Bav was up to 40k after he won the hand with Katie.
So,
Beautiful turn.
Three of spades on the turn for Norbert. Unbeknown to us what Bav's hand is, which is why the check mark's not to the side of Norbert.
Well, it should be. Because he's got the nuts.
Yeah, because Bav's not got the card
yeah. There we go. Just changed. Bav up to 40k.
There you go.
Great start from Bav. Always has a great start on the first session whenever he's on the featured. It seems Bav Catry. And Katie's our short stack down to 6.2.
Yeah, Norbert's not on 30. Norbert's on 20.
I haven't seen Bousey get involved yet.
No.
Find out soon enough.
So Eddie Aces making an appearance first time today.
The boots.
Raises to 400. Wow, what a fault from Alan. Spidey senses.
He's already sensed it.
Just lets the king queen go. And that's probably why Eddie opening 4x there. Eddie just opens a standard 3x sizing at this stage. He's probably going to get the action from the king queen, but always talk about when you do start sizing up a little more. It's a bit different start of the day this deep, but when you start going into that 4, even 5 big blind remit, you just start isolating a better range of hands. You want to still get some continues from worse that are more inclined to pill 3x open than a 4x.
King, Queen, 4, 2 diamonds. Not a bad flop for Norbert yet again. Norbert stacks around about 20 because obviously with the stack with Bav, it does get rectified. We're on a break in about 20 minutes. Norbert misses his flush draw, but he still gets the check mark because he hits the 2 on the turn. Nice start here in Coventry for day 1B. 120 runners in the mix at this moment in time. Turbos at 9. They're the 2 events today. Bav Ace King suited. Raises to 4. Katie calls with Ace 4 suited, and Calagero comes along with the 7s. Flop time. 8-10 deuce. Shuffle that one back in. Let's do it again. Jack of hearts on the turn. And the river pairs, brings the flush draw. Probably go check, check. And Calagero with the sevens, taking it down. Good afternoon, Gary. Gary Miliotti. How are you? GUKPT Coventry. Main day 1B, 120 runners for day 1B.
How are you doing, Gary?
Hope things are good. Plenty going on. Rest of the week here in Cov, we have
Frozen.
Look at that for a moment. I'll take that off. What's that? Look at me. We will come back to that when we're not frozen. That doesn't happen very often anymore.
Oh, I thought it was just a Vic thing.
Yeah, but we'll check that very shortly. And heading towards the break.
Must be me, Tar. I remember tuning in at 888 when I was away a couple of weeks ago, and didn't see it freeze once, to be honest with the comms cam. Must be my face.
Donna Hughes is watching in Swansea. How's the weather in Swansea? Well, you had a lot of rain when the storms were on. That was pretty bad. A lot of things are drying out in Swansea. I've only been to Swansea once. Went to a game of poker and to see Roberto Romanello and his family.
Still need to go Wales. Never been there.
Bright and sunny at the moment.
Coventry certainly isn't.
No, that was wet and windy this morning. Hiya Mark, watching on Facebook. Mark French.
How are you doing, Mark?
I hope you're well. Level 2 of the day on the GUKPT. Break at 2:30 on the stream till 2:45. 15-minute break. Stan's watching in Thailand. Awesome, Stan. And it's rather warm. Nice one, Stan.
Now we're doing scorps on YouTube.
That's already been covered, yeah.
Will you guys be in the looting for the deep stack? We won't be streaming the deep stack. Jay may flick it in. You never know, a day 2 buying. You might just flick it in over the weekend, but we'll have to see. But we don't stream the deep stacks. Our next event would be Manchester. So we are going along nicely. 120 so far.
It's changed this year. It was changed for the London one. It's the same as yeah. Might be different light. So it's definitely payable.
It's one of the worst in terms of like where you sat there, you can't barely see the colour.
I like it.
I might be there, Gary. I might be there.
Absolutely. Afternoon, Chris. Watching on Facey. What time is Thailand? Are they behind us in time or are they in front? Maybe I should know that.
Right, in front light. I'm going to
5
guess.
hours?
I was going to say 5 hours. Got to stop doing that. Taking the words out of my mouth.
Wow. Wow, Chris, that is breaking news. That is quite sad if they'd just come out on the news. Shane Warne's passed away. 9:15 PM in Thailand. If you're down in Luton, Gary, enjoy the deep stack.
Four diamonds on the river. So Alan with the check mark. Not choosing to value bet his top pair, and Callegro just checks back the deuces, and the A6 for Alan is good. 15 minutes to go before the first break, just under.
I'm never letting you get away with that card.
Screenshot. So Norbert here, ace 10, just happy to limp. Would much prefer to see an open, but Norbert was happy to limp this one. As Bav raises to 300, comes in for the ISO with the 8-6 diamonds. And Phillips in the big, calls for 2 big blinds more, and Norbert not limping the ace 10 to fold, 3-way action. Jack, deuce, 3, 2 clubs. So Bav not choosing to continue this one. That's the deuce of diamonds instead. Might choose to c-bet. They just complete whiff for him, 3-way. Less inclined to start betting.
Easy game.
Right, it's been confirmed. Shane Warne's passed away of a heart attack, age 52. That is sad news coming through. That is sad news. When are you guys seeing this? You're looking on news sites and nothing's coming up about it. Scopes. Oh, news sites. It's all over Twitter. It is all over Twitter.
So Norbert limping once more, calls 100, and Eddie going to over limp here with the 7-8 off, +1. Alan calls as well on the button, and Katie here, 9-8 of spades in the big blind, just happy to check her option. What flop here for Norbert, flopping top 2. And it's actually Alan who's going to fire here, who has caught bottom pair. Phil with the dummy end gut shot, backdoor spades, happy to get involved. And Katie with just 9 high here, no draw, has to get out of the way. Norbert here, probably now going to bump this up chooses just the call. And that's going to bring Eddie in with his gut shot. Two hearts on the turn, just gets better and better here for Norbert. Nut flush drawn out to go with his top two pair. Huge hand for him. But assuming that everyone's playing in flow, this is probably just going to check through. Alan's never going to be firing this one. Well, it's actually Philip here who's going to take the initiative and start leading here now after catching a pair to go with his gut shot. Bet at 1.6 and Norbert here never going anywhere.
So we just called a 1.6 with top two. And Alan gets out of the way. Important river for Philip. That's a jack of spades. So this should be a clear check. He's not, he's going to fire. A snap call, an absolute snap. Norbert's chip was in the middle before Philip's bet at 3.5. Afternoon, Rob Adams sat in Jamaica. It's 9:20 in the morning. It's 26 degrees. He's drinking a beer and watching the live stream. Oh, we're frozen. We're freezed. That is living the dream, let me tell you. But I'm glad you're watching the live stream before you have a day in the sunshine. That is amazing. Nice to have you on board. We're heading towards the break, but with the beer, it's the beer at 9:20 that does me. 9:20 in the morning, 26 degrees, watching the live stream. Love it. Loving it, loving it, loving it.
Oh yeah.
Flop 794. Check, check, 6 of hearts. And the ace of spades on the river. As it's check call from Katie.
And Norbert here with just 5 high.
I think he gives up, doesn't he? He has given up. He doesn't have to turn the cards over, but he goes check, check. Katie with the 4 takes a small one. Moving table shortly as Frankie comes to tell them.
Do you remember what you had in that hand? I had Jack 10. I'm deuce 10 too.
The unshook one. Oi, oi, chaps. Afternoon. Good afternoon, young man. He's a legend that is Chunman in the field. I don't think he is.
Yeah. I'll show you, because these aren't usually wrong.
Nah, Queen Jack. Nah, they are.
Queen Jack.
See you soon, Hatton Tower. Says BD Jim.
These are never wrong.
Must be on his way down. And Rob Adams is still on the UK time at mine, so drinking at 9 is fine. Absolutely. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah. I think when you folded, I thought I saw it.
What's the goal? Deuce, 10.
Lego raising to 400 with the ace 10 of clubs, queen 5-3, 2 heart board. So queen deuce of Norbert flopping best here, but Allegro happy to continue here. The old backdoor flush draw, backdoor Broadway, backdoor will. So there's plenty of turn cards that will improve our holding. That's not one of them. 7 of diamonds on the turn. However, we do get there on this ace of spades river. Now value bets. And that's cool. Rob, I'm not sure about an Omaha cash game stream. I think the only time we're going to do the Omaha cash game streams is at the Vic when we're at the Victoria Edgware Road. That's when the stream will be PLO. But when we do the tour at other stops like Coventry, Manchester, Edinburgh, Leeds, I think it's just all going to be a Hold'em cash game on the stream. And who needs PLO when you got the action that we had the other night? To be honest, if we get the right lineup, the Hold'em game would be a lot more entertaining than a PLO game. I think it's when they're that deep, 1,000+ big blinds deep in Hold'em, it can really be good action. Straddles coming in from everywhere. Yeah, but I think it's just going to be the Vic that we'll see the PLO streams.
Yeah, if the Omaha does get a bit of interest, you never know. But look, Manchester is definitely going to be a 5-5-10. No limit Hold'em is already half the table booked up.
He's got to get there with King, Queen, Queen, and Mux. What are we talking about? Right, I can't be right, I've got to ask about that.
King 5-6. Sorry, King 5-7, 2 diamonds. Goes check, check, check. Third diamond on the turn.
Allegro happy to bet his 7. Norbert going to call here with his bottom pair and 4 high flush draw. And I'm guessing this is a 7 or a 4 on the river here, Tower. It's a 3. He's actually going to go super thin here, Allegro. And just a snap fold from the old 4 deuce.
One more hand of this session. One more hand.
New feature table when we return.
Oh, we got any information?
Jagger. That's the only one. Oh, and Dave G. Jagger and Dave G. The only
Dave
two
G's
I'm
back.
familiar
Come on,
with.
Dave. Come on, Dave.
Ian Roberts is back as well. 6-bet Ian is going to be joining us.
Where's the t-shirt?
Yeah,
get to the shop, you. Get to the shop.
I said if he makes the final day. 6-bet Ian going across the shirt.
He 6-bet once too often because he had to re-enter. He had 100,000 chips at the end of level 6. Last hand of the session. Numbers around about 120. We give you more information when we come back for level number 3. We have a 15-minute break after this hand.
Yeah, it's a button open from Eddie, and Bav 3-bets it with the ace-king suited, and Eddie just going to get out of the way here. And I think that is going to be the last thing. There was 6 seconds left on the clock, so probably 4.
That will do it.
3,
2. They're still gassing.
1.
And that'll do it.
That will do it. We're on a 15-minute break, guys. We will see you in 15 minutes' time. See you then.
Table. When we started an hour with the tower, Andy from Cardoon Direct, he says, you know what, I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys?
why not? So it is my pleasure, and the heart's going a little bit because even though it's absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time money list. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all, to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Hellmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, "Who shall we get?" And we were like, "Well, why not aim for the top?" And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after. Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which was in my backyard, the World Poker Tour here, because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him, and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party, and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. And actually I did really well. I won a lot of money, and I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks. And I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well, and one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which just keeps getting new customers, and we're growing, and it's crazy. And so spent some time talking to the company founders that that I'm on the advisory board of, and so I'm surprisingly busy. And so I can't really say that I've been bored, And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya, and then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back and stay in place.
It certainly is strange times for everybody, and obviously everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker Europe. And that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever, and I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, safety minded.
Yeah.
And then, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, that, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the Aria, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the Aria for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, I think it's, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And, but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the Aria.
Yeah, well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. It is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that. And then you went like that. And
I saw that picture.
And it's a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. Obviously, we win it. If we'd have come second, if we'd have finished second to Johnny Chen, who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black nines, but there was a hand before that, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very and you have to remember, I mean, there's lots of times, as if you want to be, one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats, and but I have to, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace-10 of spades. Don Zuin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit and be thankful. And that's a good question though, because who knows, but I know this, I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere. And I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continuing, obviously, in 1989, you win the lot. But your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So, masters, I mean, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone. There's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, I mean, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player. And in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, and so, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December. And he flew out and he saw me in, one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And, you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever. And I turn and I look, you can see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because, and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through. And within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Benz. And then I married a doctor. And then, and so, I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
You turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you. And 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
not three bracelets and 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year. And Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year. And I won 3 bracelets that year. So, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18. And we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in one day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant. And I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon, and I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep, and I entered the Limit Hold'em event. And I played poorly at first, and I remember going into the dinner break. I didn't have a lot of chips, but at least I was able to. I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour-and-a-half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands. And I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the Limit Hold'em bracelet. So I won one at, I want to say 4 in the morning, and I won one at, 10:30 at night. And it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before. And, if you want to throw in there, I'd won 2 events on that day, so it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in one day. And then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart. And that's on me. I mean, I was running good. I was playing great. And the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone to handle 3 bracelets and the main event.
So the news has just come through from Binions that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. And it looks like it could be forever. Binions, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, Binions is just such a classic poker, there's so much history there. And, we've faced this for many, many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time. And it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables. So, we've heard this hundreds of times starting in the 80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like,
We are back with it. More of the same. Alan Stern's back in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Alan Stern, not Alan for years. Sat in seat number 1. Seat 1. Alan Stern. Jagger's back. Big cash winner on our stream. Big cash winner on our stream.
He's got 16 buy-ins to play with.
James Jagger. Dave G. Sat in 3. Joe Phillips in 6. Ian Roberts in 7. 6-bet Ian.
6-bet Ian.
George Robinson in 7. And Dan Evans in seat number 9. Coming to the table very shortly. That's Bogdan in seat number 5. And Amber will be coming in seat number 4. So let's do it. Another session. Welcome back, one and all. Welcome back to the stream. Did Ian Bush yesterday, Chef Brad? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He never slowed down at all.
Yeah, he said he was up to 80k and he played 2 flush draws aggressively and got caught at it. He was left to 30k and then last orbit of the day shoved ace 10, believe it or not, off suit. Yeah, and couldn't win a flip against 8. So he's back today for more.
He is back for more. Oi, oi. The Judge Dread in the building. How are we doing, Dan?
How are we doing, Dan?
Hope you're well, pal. Where are you? What are you doing? Who's Macclesfield Town got over the weekend? The mighty Mac.
How you doing, Dan? Dan Gormley. Afternoon, boys. Just watched the hand with Ian on Facebook. What a legend.
Absolutely. More of the same, please.
We needed it. It's like yesterday, Dan, I don't know if you tuned into the stream. It was such a quiet day. There was hardly anything happening on the feature table, and then that hand just sort of sparked us into life for the last few hours.
And this has to be a re-entry.
Yeah, it could be.
Because I saw him walking in earlier on. He was sat on a table with Terry Jordan. Because TJ's in the building. So TJ sat on one of the outer tables. $129 sat playing the main event. Dan, skipping this one and see you in Manchester, absolutely. Love to see you at more or less your home leg, Manchester. We will see you there.
They're probably working digital marketing these days. Great. I think that's right. You have 30 days of papers on this, so you can catch up on a backlog before you carry on reading the race.
For George with the ace queen under the gun, raises to 500, and Dan with the king jack of spades here. Can't see him folding this one versus gun open, probably just happy to flat with the king jack of spades. It looks like he is going to incorporate a 3-bet in with this hand. Makes it 1.4. George obviously not going anywhere with the ace queen. Obviously a bit of a dicey spot for us, already out of position, gun versus +1, but just can't be folding this one. And we get a lovely flop here, flopping top pair, decent kick up. Dan should be c-betting this one somewhere around 800. We can go as small as quarter on this particular board texture. Ace high rainbow, very, very dry. We're going to have the strong ace-x in our hand, being the 3-bet of the ace-king, the ace-queen. We may also have 9s at a small frequency that elect a 3-bet. But George here just want to be check calling. Dan opted in for third, 1.1 into 3.3. George should just be calling the ace-queen here in this 3-bet scenario. Dan doesn't double barrel on the turn, so I'm guessing it was a brick, which it was. 5 of clubs, 4 hearts on the rear right now. We're probably going to see George lead this spot, try and get called from 10s through kings, maybe some worse ace-x that elect to check back turn. Love the sizing choice here from George as well. Really nice choice of size, trying to potentially get some heroes out of 10s through kings, and obviously Dan with a hand that just can't call.
So Amber on 200 bigs at 40,000, George on 42. Afternoon and welcome to the second session. Should be an interesting session. And yes, Chef, sad news coming in about Shane Warne. A lot of people now talking about it, obviously. Sad news.
Ashley here raising to 700 with the 6s. Joseph just choosing to flat the ace-10 on the button, and both blinds getting out of the way.
Jack 8-4. There, 900. Joe calls. Over pairs. Should we lead again?
Light decision now to check from Ashley here. Joe's going to have plenty of Jack X here that can call on the flop. That's going to be peeling our open pre. Now the ace-10 of Joseph electing to bluff here, can fold out better hands like ace-king, ace-queen, maybe some pocket pairs as well, like the 6s in this occasion from Ashley. So nice little play there from Joseph, choosing to float and takes it down.
Plenty going on over the week that we'll keep flicking back to, and events coming up. Yeah, it's a good table, this one. A lot of named players that we know on the tour. Should be a good session. Numbers keep increasing as well.
King Queen for Ashley this time, raises to 700, up to the 3.5x open size. No, just raise and take for her. No action from either player in the blinds. Alright then, Harry, supporting the boy. Harry Robinson in the chat. George playing in C8.
Notice that the bad beat jackpot went again. Twice in 2 weeks, something like that. Twice in a week. It's now back at £100,000 in your local card rooms from 6 till 6. 100,000. 30,000 to the winning hand, to the losing hand. 15,000 to winning hand. Table shares £5,000, and their active players will share £50,000 between them.
So Jagger raising to 600 here under the gun with the Jack 9 suited, and Bogdan 3 bets the ace king of diamonds in the low jack to 1.6. And this particular holding, Jagger probably going to peel getting this price, even though we're out of position. Decent playability and heads up situation. So heads up between Bogdan and Jagger in this 3-bet scenario. And Bogdan flopping top pair, top kick up. Lovely sight when it comes ace or king high. We do have the ace king. It continues for 1.4 into 3.7. So around 30%, just north of. And Jagger does have dummy and gut shot, but has to get out of the way.
So Dave G in seat number 3, getting out of the way.
So Bogdan, ace queen this time. Small downgrade from the ace queen. Still lovely one to open, raises to 600. Yeah, we're going to continue ace-5 here as George. Much prefer the 3-bet than the flat. Don't want to be flat in this one versus EP open. Incorporated in a light 3-bet here. We've got removal with the ace blocker. Not going to work though versus Bogdan's particular holding. So George probably going to continue this one with the ace of clubs. Down betting to 1.2, like it. But Bogdan just never going anywhere here with the ace queen, top pair, top kick up. And decides to raise this one. And we've got George and I on drawing dead. And we're going to lose our action. Because George just going to have to get out of the way. Yeah, yes, we have the ace of clubs. But even more reason to fold with that card in our hand. More likely to be weighted towards value here, Bogdan.
He's just an active player, Roy. How on earth did your new hero not manage to bag up yesterday? Just the way he plays, and he's active. All his chips are in play, every hand, obviously. Loving the game.
He was up to 80k, Roy, as well, so he had a decent stack going into the last session. But sometimes it just don't go your way. I don't know, it's like it's going to be highlight of my weekend, whatever happens, I think now, that hand from Ian. Just because you never see it anymore. You go back to like early 2010s, like between like 2010 and 2013, when you saw a lot more 4-betting, 5-betting. I remember there was a hand in an EPT where Benny Spindler got a 7-bet through pre with like King Jack off, and it was a lot more common when you go back around 10 years, but it's a bit different nowadays, and just to see him pull that one out, I was just a big fan. I was loving it happen. And George here, going to be back-to-back 3-bets for him. Ladies now. Not going to get any action unless someone wakes up a bit behind in the blinds. As I always say, general rule of thumb when you're opening these like offsuit broadways from early position, faced with a 3-bet, just want to be hitting the muck. We can peel the suited variety, but offsuit King Jack has to fold there, Joseph, as he does. Good laydown.
good timing to drop that now.
A good proportion of the old marks have got that. Just given because the few people stay together. Very few of them really. The Sparsky version, like the Russian version of
124 in the mix for the main event. Satellite Turbo tonight at 9 PM. I think the Turbo will get about 80 runners.
Yeah, I think he'll get a decent turnout. So Jagger raises to 600 here on the button, and Dave G with the ladies this time in the small blind. So you're going to see some free bet and chips from him. A nice big size, what we like to see. Out the blinds versus the button open. Nice big 4X just north of. The sizing choice here from Dave. I'll have Jagger with the Queen Jack off. Going to have a tough time continuing here. Obviously, he'd probably be aware that Dave G more than capable of making a move here versus a button open. He is going to have some lighter free bets in there, but sitting there with the top of his range here in the form of Queens, and Jagger thinks about it, but eventually lets the Queen Jack off go. Pick up there for Dave G.
Won the Passport 3 or 4 years ago, this Dave. Got himself a sponsorship package for the year after. Talking about sponsorship packages, look at this! 300,000 estimated total prize pool with all events this year. Look at that, 40,000 sponsorship package plus the trophy. Don't forget the trophy that's going on the mantelpiece. £40,000 sponsorship package. 2 diamond packages worth 20 grand, 2 15k packages, 3 10k packages, and then the rest we're playing off for the 5k packages. There's plenty to play for this year in the NPL. Plenty.
Jagger raising to 500 in the cut-off, raising take. 8-4 off Jagger. Bit wide, a little bit too wide, but Jagger just happy to open that one. Raising take. Depends, Zacabello, on obviously how much we collect for the National Poker League. That will be dependent on how many 5k packages there will be up for grabs.
There was
in
15
the
last year, wasn't
yeah,
there?
15 last year.
15 last year, and then all depends. All money collected for the NPL is distributed back out to all the players.
You're taking the 3 points away as well.
Was that the ace queen hand, Brad? The playoff?
Oh yeah, the ace queen. We'll run through that with solvers, shall we?
What was it, like 26, 27 bigs? I can't remember. I remember it just ripped the lot in under the gun with ace queen. $24 bigs. A nice little flop here for George, flopping best on the ace king deuce 2 diamond board. Going to get some action as well because Ashley also flopping top pair here, so going to get at least 1 street here as George. Like the continue sizing up a little bit because we have gone 4-way, just a little bit north of half, and Ashley just wants to be calling here. No other play for us.
Eight of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, an interesting card because it is a brick, but George probably going to be barreling again here, going for a second street. Like Ashley can have king, queen, king, jack, king 10 all in her button calling range, as well as some worse ace x. So happy to go for a second street of value here as George.
Like the way George plays. I've seen him a few times on the stream. 10 of diamonds on the river.
Yeah, it's an interesting card because Ashley is going to have more diamond draws than us. Ace-X of diamonds, definitely a hand that's going to be out there, and then maybe some 8-X of diamonds, like 9-8 of diamonds, 7-8 of diamonds, these type of holdings. But George still happy to go for value. Obviously going to be bet fold in this spot. I think if we go for the third street of value here and get raised, we have to fold. It's just so infrequently bluffed. And Ashley makes the call. Sees the bad news. Nice play from George.
Nice one, George, up to 46,000.
I wouldn't like to say. I'm just used to you talking shit.
What about yourself? You doing something? That's wrong. My mate's on TV, what's your best mate for the season ticket? Absolutely decisive.
Afternoon, Karen. Hello, 33 on the on Twitch. How are you?
How are we doing, Karen?
No GUKPT Coventry this year. When do we see you next? Where will you be?
I don't think I'll be Bruce or something. I think you were second. Your recruitment's been terrible since that guy left to go. What's his name? Yeah. I don't know how they got rid of. Oh yeah. My mate hated. I looked love that. Yeah, it was the same. I think we finished. They kept repeating this for so long.
Oh, waiting for the London legs. Well, we'll see you in London in July, the beginning of July, for the London leg of GUKPT.
Yeah, Alan's not open this one. It's actually Jagger that's opened this one in the low jack. So Alan not in with the 8-4 off. Jagger's actually in with an unknown holding.
Oh, okay. Yep. Just realised that. Just realised that. Reversing the graphics. Alan's turn's definitely not in the end. He wishes he was. He wishes he was, but seat 1's not in the end. It's Jagger in seat 2. So Alan's not winning the end.
Yeah, Joseph's winning this one tower.
Yep.
Like Jagger will sometimes rock up with some like 10x here, but I just think the Queen 9 is going to be the best hand. Well, Jagger's actually going to fire this river here, and interesting.
Queen 9.
So the Queen 9 was good. Just a little mishap that hand. Should be back normal. The next one.
Then he spent loads and then sat 2 or 3 days off.
Well, the thing is, I think the most annoying about the full scenario was he fell out with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we saw it before the end of January. We should have said to Dean then, right?
It's close to go.
It will go on the 31st of January. Because by that time, we'd have I'll never get the chance. So we would say, have you swapped it to that higher length of one?
Final day in Manchester's on Mother's Day, Zachabello says. Gonna have to miss it this year.
It'll be a final day on something of every weekend, unfortunately. There'll always be something on.
Paradigm Apocalypse tuning in on Twitch.
Afternoon. Hope things are good. And obviously Cannons are going to Goliath. We have the Goliath side events and some of the schedules that the boys will be doing.
So Alan raises to 600. Dave just flattened the 10-9 suited in the low jack. And George's going to defend this one, or at least should be, in the big blind. Yeah, 4-1. Closing action.
Ace Queen 6.
So George actually catching middle pair here with Alan. Alan has him slightly outkicked. Not much going on here for Dave G. And Alan's just happy to come out firing here. It looks we can incorporate a check in here as well with this particular hold-in. However, in a range perspective, is going to be a board that's very good for us. That's why we just see George fold the middle pair there. Really good fold from George. Didn't leak any chips.
Bottle lips. Yes, we have seen the news. Very sad news about Shane Warne filtering through. Not nice indeed. Apparently he was in Thailand on his holidays.
The momentum's not gone. Still doing it in Marvel. He had no squad at the start of the year. That's the point. I was number one. I was surprised that he didn't accept the everything. Is that committed to record?
Yeah, it's a 6 number. You see the scene. He knows he'll get Premier League coverage.
Yeah,
because he doesn't need to just write.
But I think
that's what I think Frank Lampard was at Chelsea.
Anything you tell him before, it's like, yeah, he can't. He was at Derby, he just lost the playoff semi.
So Jagger, King Queen, raises to 600, and Ashley with a fairly loose pill in the low jack, but wanting to get involved with the 10-9 off. See this hit the mark from a lot of players. She's involved, and here he comes. First time of the session, and he's already got his free bet and shoes on. Puts in the free bet with the pocket eights. Facing the open from Jagger and 2 calls. And it's going to work. Nice little pick up from Ian there.
Sorry? Shows you worst card. Don't put it this way, you're both the same. Oh, really? Deuces.
Lions 1-2 with a 2.
But it is the first playable hand I've had. You guys gonna let me win a hand?
137. Sat down here for the main. Turbo at 9 o'clock. 20-minute levels. If you fancy flicking it into the turbo. A lot do. A lot of uniques play as well, don't they?
Last leg, first leg of the year, we had Nick Marchington just come down for day 2 and flicked it in day 2 and ended up final tabling. It's, the Dave opening Queen Jack of Hearts here, +1, faced with the free bet from Bogdan. I like the decision to free bet this one from Bogdan. Can incorporate it in to our range. Really good removal with the King Queen. And against Dave G as well. Good player choice. George now with Jacks on the button. Happy to cold call this one. That's going to be at the very least. And now Dave closing the action with the Queen Jack of Hearts. He is locked tower. This is literally looking for hearts here, Dave G, but has to call this one. Getting 4-1, just under on his money. Closing action, Queen Jack of Hearts. Can't see how Dave G's ever going to let this one go. We are still 100 or big blinds deep, and this is a hand we just want to be peeling. Is he thinking about 4-betting this one, perhaps? Is he thinking about coming in for the 4-bet with the Queen Jack of Hearts?
Just make sure they're all the same.
He's just going to call. Thinks better of it. I prefer the decision to call, but I'm guessing Dave was thinking about potentially 4-betting this hand. Maybe wanting to impress Ian being at the table.
watched the stream yesterday and thought, how can I impress?
It's on our Facebook page now. If you want to have a little look, go and check it out on Grosvenor Poker on Facebook.
Well, he's flopped well. Dave G. Ace 3, 2, 2 hearts. It pairs on the turn as it's checked all the way around.
I'm really surprised we didn't see Bogdan call this spot. Like, the cold calls of George is going to contain a lot of hands like 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, sometimes even queens in there. Like, George isn't going to cold call hands like ace jack here, and we got great removal to ace queen, ace king as Bogdan, so could potentially continue this spot. Like, George shouldn't really have too much ace x other than ace queen, and then Dave obviously can have a bit more ace x, but I'm surprised that we didn't see Boggy continue this one with the king queen. After facing this lead from Dave from 1.2, Bogdan lets it go. And George here with the jacks, getting this price 5.5 to 1. Difficult spot with position. Obviously, there are some hands we are ahead of. Hands like just random bluffs from Dave. He's taking a stab with like king, queen of clubs or something like that. But in this scenario, does have the flush draw. And king of clubs on the river.
Yeah. If Dave decides to fight again and he can find the bet on the river, it'll be tough for George to be calling.
Yeah, and I like it if Dave does, because like I said before, Tal, George only really should have ace queen in this spot, like a lot of the time. Ace jack's not going to cold call the free bet after EP open, MP free bet, so the only real ace x that George should have there is ace queen. Ace king's probably going to be more inclined to 4-bet. Ace jack's going to fold, so only really the way that hand's played pre. Ace queen probably the only one that's going to be in there, but Dave didn't elect to take the spot even with a bit of removal with a queen in his hand.
I only ever see them on the flop.
Raise to 500. Fold.
Raise to 500.
Yeah, this bit too on the loose side, especially into Jagger's big blind as well. He's a very good player. 4 deuce. I understand what George is thinking. We're in a position we can open a lot wider, but obviously can't just open any 2. 4 deuce, pretty trash holding. Didn't choose to continue on the ace jack 9 board. I think we are opening this hand, gonna have lots of C bets on this board. Comes in for delay continue.
Well, he's just box bet. You can do the box bet if they want to keep focusing, you know what I mean?
The worst thing I've ever seen going off in a poker is someone's he's done the strike and the cards like that. Which goes, you can't do that.
So it actually raises to 500. Joseph here with the ace queen.
Surprisingly, he got bought. Raise to 1600. No, it's a small thing off, but it was a small.
3 bets to 1.6.
Yeah, it was acceptable.
Ian, George and Dan all get out of the way, Alan as well.
And as I always say, rule of thumb, these broadways maybe a bit too loose to open under the gun anyway, but once we open like the offsuit variety of them and we get free bet from early position, it just has to hit the mark, unless once in a time you're going to incorporate a really like 4-bet in. But just rule of thumb, as I always say, these offsuit Broadway varieties, once opening from EP and getting free bet, just want to be letting them go. But Ashley's got other ideas here, so happy to call once and see a flop
Looks like she's actually going to check raise here on the King 7-4 two-spade board tower.
Indeed, she has.
Oh, this is optimistic, but it's going to work against Joseph's specific hand. Don't mind it at all. King Queen of Diamonds, King Jack of Clubs. We got removal from that. Obviously, the lighter free bets. If he does ever free bet King Queen and King Jack, removal from that. But the problem we do actually have is Joseph's going to have the Ace King. He's going to have the aces. He's going to have the kings. He's got stronger hands on this board than us. He has hands that we don't have. But fair play to Ashley.
Absolutely.
Just taking a bit of aggressive line there and taking it down.
Very nice indeed.
Like it.
Where are we off next, Jay?
Manchester, I believe. Very New Road.
If you fancy a deep stack, it's Luton next week. And then we are off to Manchester. We will be live streaming in Manchester, Very New Road for the 1250 main. The Walsall G400 is in April. And then May is busy. June is busy. And then July, bracelet time.
We hope.
Oh, the scenes. Plenty going on regarding the NPL and Grosvenor Poker.
Yeah, Queen 10 of clubs here for Joseph, raises to 600. Dave flats the fours in the small, and that's going to bring Ashley along in the big. Wants to be defending the King 10, as she does. 986, two spade board. So double gut shot here for Joseph, 2 overcards. However, this is a board that's going to favour Dave and Ashley a lot more than us in terms of range. So going to have a lot of checks here, as he does. 3 of spades on the turn. Dave G here definitely will have all the sets, the 9s, 8s, 6s and 3s after calling out the small blind. Also will have some hands like 9-8 suited in there. He might be thinking about potentially leading this spot with the 4s, and that's exactly what he does. Bets for 400, 20% bet from Dave, and Queen 10 here can't fold this one, getting this price with position as Joseph. 2 overcards, double gutted.
There was a 7 of clubs. Beautiful.
Double gut shot.
Yep, got there.
Gets that. David now checking. And this is going to be an interesting spot here for David, because Joseph can plausibly just have hands like ace high with the ace of spades, or like a king queen with a spade, king jack with a spade, all these type of holdings here. So he can plausibly have plenty of bluffs on this 7 of clubs river. Once he fires for 800 here, never going to be betting 1 pair for value, so it's going to be 2 pair plus. A lot of the 2 pairs or sets on the flop are going to just start firing, so not really too much he's ever going to have here for value as Joseph, the way this hand's played. Maybe some check back flush draws on the flop in terms of range, so he can have some flushes here as well as straights, as we can see. But Dave may be thinking about looking this one up for that reason. That yeah, there's the call. There's the call. Because he is going to have a lot of these like Broadway combinations and ace high combinations with a spade in them, which are going to call on the turn. And Dave heroed it off with a 4-liner, 3 to a flush, 4 overcards. On that occasion was incorrect, but I understand the thought process of deciding to hero there with the old sailboats.
Ian's coming in for about under the gun +1. He's got an ace. I'm raising it up. Makes it 700 with the blinds at 1-2.
Bit on the loose side this from Ian, but happy to get involved. Raises to 700 and George flats the 5s. Dan comes along with unknown holding. Alan's in with the Jack 9 of hearts. Dave's going to call on the button as well. That's going to bring Ashley in. And that means the big blind can defend here very wide. Jack 4 off, Bob Dan's in with. So we actually have 7-way action here.
Flop time. Just a 7-way. 8-8 deuce.
Yeah, 2 heart board. So the
Alan Stern in C1 has got the flush draw.
Yeah, and Dave's obviously got trips, so going to see some chips go in between Alan and Dave here. Like George here, I'm not a fan of this tower. I understand his thought process with the 5s. It's unlikely someone's got an 8 with 2 out there, but we've gone 7-way here. That's something we need to understand. When we do go 6-7-way to the flop, in like a heads up or 3-way situation, we would bet the 5s here for like equity denial purposes, but once we go 7-way, I just would much prefer to see a check, just check fold, because there's going to be a whole host out there that we can be behind to. But George did choose to just start firing here, and he's already been called in 2 spots. And interesting there, because we've got to think about Dan's range now. We don't know his cards, but once he overcalls after Alan calls in this spot, sorry, he called first, so Dan called first, but should only really have 8x or flush draws here as Dan. And now Dave G in a bit of a predicament here with his 7-8 of diamonds, because obviously we're going to be behind to other 8x in this spot with our small kicker. But we're never folding trips here as Dave, but how's he going to proceed here on the 8-8 deuce board? Obviously we want to thin the field down. We prefer to go heads up to the turn or 3-way at the very least.
Makes it 5.1. I'm not too sure whether they're going to rip or not.
Yeah, so
1.5, let's be honest.
So now George has a really easy fold with the 5s.
Yes.
It may have been a bit of an information bet for him, trying to figure out where he was in the pot, but this is just that easy fold now. Probably shouldn't be firing it in the first place, but once we get raised, it just becomes a really clear fold. We've bet on 8-8 deuce and been called in 2 spots, and then there's been a raise. So
we don't know what Dan Holdings are, but is it looking for?
He looks really comfortable.
Yeah, looking at Dave's stack as well.
He looks really comfortable. Little nod of the head.
Has he got overs?
No.
Ace queen suited.
I'm going to make a bold assumption here, Tower, and just come out with a hand out of the blue. But I'm going to say he's got deuces. If he continues, I'm going to say he's got deuces here. That's just going to be my assumption. I could be completely wrong, but just the way he looks there, he looks really comfortable, and I think he's not going to be dwelling up like this with a flush draw unless it's the nut flush draw specifically. But I think if he is going to ever continue here down after calling the bet from Harry and then calling this raise from Dave, I wouldn't be surprised if he's just sat there with a couple of ducks on the 8-8 deuce board. But now after he's taken this long, maybe not as strong. Or maybe just trying to sell it to Dave that he's got a decision here. But I'm going to make that assumption. I'm going to go with deuces, Tower.
He does make the call.
Yeah, now Alan has to fold here because we've gone 7-way. There's dominated flush draws out there, and good fold from Alan. A lot of players will make the mistake. Look at the price they're getting there with their flush draw, but we've got bad reverse implied odds. Well,
oh wow.
Well,
is this if this comes right? This is a boat over and out, boat over quads. If you think he's got 2s,
well, it has to be the last remaining 8 now. I doubt it's going to be 2s with a 1 combo left, but it's got to be the last remaining 8 surely. Or ace X of hearts obviously out there as well. Like ace X of hearts definitely can be in there. But the thing is, peeling in the low jack versus the EP open, it's only going to be suited 8x in there, which is going to be like 8-9 suited, ace 8 suited, and these type of holdings. Queen of spades on the river. It's just going to be ace-X of hearts tower. Just going to be ace-X of hearts. Those all in. There's the fold. Had to have been ace-X of hearts. Couldn't be anything else there for Dan. Had to be the nut flush draw. There's no other hand he can play that way. Because obviously an 8 calls, quads call, so only could be the ace-X of hearts. Which not too many combos actually, because Queen of Hearts was dead, Jack of Hearts was dead, 9 of Hearts was dead, so it could probably only be Ace-10 of Hearts there, because Ace-King of Hearts is gonna 3-bet pre. So I'm gonna guess he had that one combo. Ace-10 of Hearts probably for Dan. How we doing, L-boy? Yeah, disgusted, goated, or maybe Ace-8 suited, but only one combo left with the cards that are on the board, yeah. But obviously we know it wasn't an 8 now, but I reckon it was Ace-10 of Hearts. We'll never know, but...
Check.
Queen 10 5, 2 diamonds. Their next flop. As Ian raising UTG. Yep, it is Jagger in seat number 2, Lewis.
No, Rob, he can't ever have 10s or jacks in that spot. Once we go 7-way and it goes bet, call, call, and then Dave G still elects to raise, 10s and jacks just become a fold. We can't continue with 10s and jacks there. It would be disastrous because of the range of hands. First, obviously, George betting into 6 players, then Dave aware that George is betting into 6 players and still choosing to raise. 10s and jacks just shouldn't ever be in there. As well as that, they're going to free bet at some frequency pre-flop versus the open.
Gary Wilson's watching in Vegas.
How are we doing, Gary? Coffee and the poker. Watching from Vegas, coffee then poker.
Awesome. Good luck if you're playing in the Win Millions. That festival looks insane, by the way.
Let's hope you do win millions.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They've got a fantastic event going on right now. Good luck to Gary. Dennis says, is that Team Ian's second bullet? We think it's his third because we think he bust out earlier today and had a re-enter because he came to this table with exactly 20,000. Afternoon, Pete. Pete Winehouse watching on Facebook. Hope you're well, Peter. And yeah, L-boy, the sad news about Mr. Shane Warne coming through the doors. And Rob Adams says, good luck, Gazza, to you and the lads. That'll be aimed at Gary Wilson in Vegas if you're playing the Win Festival. I'm guessing there's other festivals available as well. There's always poker festivals in Vegas.
Ace Jack 7. 2 heart board. Joe incorporating a check with top pair, as we need to do some of the time. And now after it's checked through, happy to start firing here with the ace deuce and Ian. Let's the old 4-3 go.
Let's go. Let it go. Let it go. Nicky! Mwah! There you go, it's just for you. How you doing, Nicky? I hope you're well. You look like you are. You look like you're loving life at the minute. Loving it. Hope you're well, Nick. A1B Coventry over 125. I think it was over 125 in the main the last time. But let's have a quick check.
Moves like Jagger.
Do, 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 do.
Yeah, I bet he's heard that a few times at the poker table.
Absolutely. 143 in the main. Price pool nearly £225,000. 247 in total.
action from Dan under the gun, raises to 500. Surprised to see Jagger pill this one tower. See a lot of players muck this versus gun open. Like, probably if we are going to continue, can incorporate a free bet in some of the time with the king jack off, but Jagger just happy to call here with position on the opener. That's going to bring Joseph along on the bottom of the queen 10 of hearts. Ian king 4 off, just has to let it go in the small blind, and action going to be on George, who has a lovely little one to defend in the form of queen 9 of spades. 4-way.
I think George in that picture looks a bit like Paul Scholes.
Let's have a look.
Looks a bit like Scholesy to me, in his hair there.
Yeah, it could be. I could see a little bit of resemblance.
Yeah.
What flop here for Dan? Flopping middle set on the 7-5-4 board. Just going to start firing, but not getting any action from any of these holdings.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I miss you too, Nicky. I'm glad you're well.
Is it just the hair? Is that why you say that?
I just thought it was, well, obviously the hair helps. But nobody's agreed. Yeah, I just thought a quick glance, it looked a bit like Scholes.
How much you get? You win? 13 Ah, it's only like 10 players, isn't it? Oh, so it's like, it's not bad. Staff, you win your seat online. If you have a ticket, you can use online and you register online. I don't know if you need to win a seat, you might be able to just buy it online.
Showing you the rest of the COG schedule as we are here until we crown a champion Sunday evening. Goliath is on the way. The NPLs to play for.
So Jagger pocket fives, raises to 500, and Joseph not going to be going anywhere with ace jack in the cutoff. Either option fine here for us. Mixture of both, especially versus Jagger, who obviously competent, going to be opening a fair amount of hands. 3-bet to 1.7. Oh, here we go! Here we go! Give me 4 bets.
It's the same ace 10. Come on, Ian.
Give me 4 bets. It was ace 10 off yesterday, but I'm sure Ian's thinking, everyone's watching, everyone knows what he got up to yesterday. Is he going to do it for us? Is he going to put on a show? Oh, it's just cool.
Just the call.
I prefer this, but we can just fold this as well under the gun +1. 3-bet from the cut-off, but ace 10 suited on the button. Ian happy to call. No 6-bet today.
Six, Jack, Queen, Rainbow.
That's a middle pair here for Joseph. Nice one to check in this 3-way 3-bet coup. Like Joseph's decision here with the ace jack. Happy to check our middle pair here and take some turns. 3 of clubs on the turn. So once this is checked through on the flop here, we might start going for value now as Joseph. We're going to check once more. And this king of spades on the river gives the ace 10 of Ian the nuts. Now, what size do we elect to choose here? As Ian?
Oh, that's that thing by the, yeah, there's like a table. I saw that.
Okay. 3,600.
Chooses 3.6. So 3.6 into 5.6 is the size and choice. Around 70% from Ian. And a tough spot here for Joseph with the ace jack. Obviously Ian shouldn't really have too much queen x once it's check through flop, check through turn. It can plausibly have a king, but what Joseph might be thinking here is this is a 3-bet scenario, so like what king x is Joseph going to have? Like king 10 suited maybe, but is king 10 suited not going to fire flop or turn at some point? So maybe he might even remove the king x from his range. Ace king's going to 4-bet. King 9, King 8, all those hands aren't going to be in there. As I said, there's not really going to be any King X, maybe King Jack suited in there as well, so 2 combos of that, King Jack of Hearts, King Jack of Diamonds, but I understand what Joseph's thinking here, because Queen X shouldn't be a thing, and King X is very unlikely to have the way this hand's played, like King 10 suited, probably going to barrel flop or turn, and then King Jack has to be a suited in the 3-bet situation, so only King Jack of Hearts and King Jack of Diamonds, so maybe you might think that Ian turning like a hand like 7s, 8s or 9s, even 10s potentially into a bluff here, and I'm guessing that's why Joseph's having a little dwell up about this one. I can't blame him for it, the way this hand's played, just when you break it down from that perspective. I guess ace 10 in there as well, maybe some 10-9 suited, but no action for Ian. Good fold from Joseph, playing very well, making a correct decision on every street it seems so far this session.
His favourite hand, he shows the ace 10. If only there was a race from Ian Pre instead of just calling. Could have been juicy. Rest of the schedule for Cov coming up here right this week. Can we just push? We have got the Turbo at 9 PM tonight. Saturday, there's a 200.
It'll make that a bit bigger for you guys, even I'm struggling with that one. Need the glasses, the specs.
We've got the seniors at 1 o'clock on the Sunday and the bounty at 4.
How can you read that?
Race 500.
You think George looks like Paul Scholes, but then you can read writing in size 4 font.
It shall be a cracker. Well, yeah, it is. The font will get changed because PK's on it. He's on it. But another's a Turbo at 9. And another's a side event tomorrow. A 200.
Yeah, itchy feet for George here. 4-3 off on the button. Really strange call from him after David opens under the gun +1. Nice flop for us here with the pocket kings. So just expect Dave to start firing here. Might size up a little because we have gone a 3-way and there are plenty of gut shots out there on the 10-6-4 board that the big blind can have.
900.
Yeah, 900. Like the sizing choice, sizing up. And George going to call once with his bottom pair, 4-3.
Should get Jagger on the podcast. Always thought we should do podcasts and stuff like that.
I think you might be talking about the hour with the tower that you've done with a few players.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you never know. They might just come back. I always thought you should do a podcast about poker and sport. I always thought it. I think a lot of things that should happen.
So Dave, happy to come in for a second street of value here. George, like, I know he's got 4-3 off here, but he will be very 10x heavy. He'll have like some 10-9 suited, Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10, all these type of holdings that we can get a second street of value from. But both players can't continue with their holdings in this particular spot.
$47,000 for George.
133.
50 bigs for Alan down the bottom.
Blinds should be going up this hand, taking us into level 4 of the day. In an hour's time we will be on the hour dinner break.
Indeed we will.
Race 700. Fold, fold. Fold.
So let's put your theory to test here, Sabria, saying that Dave's got a massive live tail, puts his hands up to his face every time he's got a hand. So ace queen this time, hands are up to his face. But let's see if he whiffs the flop, if he continues with that stance. So Jack 8-4, 2 diamonds. And Dave has whiffed this flop, but just with the one hand on his face at the moment. Like with the queen of diamonds, I don't mind continuing this particular ace-queen offsuit combination on this board. And so Dave is going to fire. Let's see if the other hand goes up to his face. Okay, so just the one hand on his face here when he doesn't have the goods. And the other hand sat at the table to the right of his chips. And now he's actually turned top pair, top kicker. So what a time to test this. If Dave fires again here, see if both hands actually go to his face. Because now, obviously, potentially semi-bluffing with 2 overs on the flop. Now he's actually got a hand that is going to be a value hand. So I'm interested to see once he bets. If he decides to bet, that is, he might choose to check this some of the time. So we're about to find out, Sabria. Because now he had the semi-bluff on the turn, now he's got the value hand. Let's see if the other hand goes up to the face. See if your theory is correct. And no, still the one hand, so maybe looking a bit too much into it. But interesting thought. King of Hearts on the turn. On the river, sorry. Like, shouldn't really be any King X here for George other than King Jack, or maybe like a King 8 of spades if George is peeling 4-3 off the hand before on the button. He might have King 8 of spades in like his cut-off calling range here. But Dave could potentially go razor thin here, go for a small bet like 2.5, 3k, potentially try and get some heroes from some Jack X or potentially some Queen 10 and Queen 9 that can be in that. Yeah, I love this. Love this size. Love this from Dave. Really nice. Just understanding that the King X shouldn't really change much, and we can try and get some heroes from some Queen 10, Queen 9 suited, and then some Jack X in there as well that maybe don't believe us. Yeah, really well played hand from Dave G with the Ace Queen. Gets the maximum in that particular scenario. Well played from the man in seat 3. Yesterday is the chip counts. Mitch Hynam at the top of the leaderboard, Matt Davenport up there, Lee French, plenty of notable names, Don Jones, Ben Maraged's right down there at the bottom, Ali Sarkaship, Rene Z bagged up. Plenty of names there that have bagged and will be coming back tomorrow. Brad says, Dave just texted him, he said he normally wipes his glasses when he has the nuts. Queen 10 for Bogdan. Raises to 700. And in here with the 4-3 of diamonds, getting involved in the low jack. Dave's in the big blind with the 8-5 off. This time no hands up, both of them down. But now he's flopped trips on the 9-8-8 board. And this one's checked. Round to Ian. So no hands on Dave's face this time. So he's mixed it up. He had 2 hands on his face when he had a really strong hand. He had 1 hand on his face when he had a decent hand, but not like super nutted. And now he's flop trips, and he's got a really strong hand here, and hands are just both on the table. So oh, there we go. 2 hands this time. So that's actually quite interesting. So the 2 times he's had the super nutted hands, 2 hands have gone up to his face. And then the time he had the mediocre hand, 1 hand went up to the face. And when he just had the 8-5 off pre, he had both hands down. It's actually quite interesting. I'm going to keep watching this. Like sometimes people do it subconsciously and have no idea or don't realise. Maybe Sabri just looking a bit too much into it, but I will keep an eye on it myself. But I think that is Dave G's just usual posture in a hand. Yes, Wayne, there is side events. On Sunday we have the seniors, which I'm not sure if you're eligible to play or not, and we've also got the bounty event as well on the Sunday. Ian raises to 300 with the ace-3 of spades.
I've never heard a place this much in my life. No, this is Coventry. That's actually a 5-star hotel for Coventry.
Ashley. Ian didn't raise actually. Ian just limped in here with the ace-3 of spades, and now Ashley's going to bump this up 4x with the pocket kings, and Ian not going to be going anywhere with the old suited wheel ace. Happy to call with position, and does catch a piece in the form of bottom pair. But overpair here for Ashley. We obviously are worried about 3s, 5s and 6s, that's the main worry, but only 9 combos. Ian's never going to have a straight or 2 pair in this spot, or at least he shouldn't have, so Ashley just happy to continue firing. 8 of diamonds on the turn. So nice clean card toss with the pocket kings as Ashley, and she happily double barrels this spot, trying to get value from worse. And Ian here with the ace-3. Obviously Ashley now repping a strong hand after barreling this spot. She will have 9s for aces in there.
Man, there was a cat meowing outside my room for like 3 hours.
That's usually his room, that's why. That's usually the cat.
Maybe it is a brothel.
Probably wants feeding. You should have opened the door and given him some milk.
Here he is. Oh, stick camera.
I think they charge extra for pets.
I saw it on the camera. I was like,
so I went for a cup of tea, and she says, "Would you like some biscuits?" Not being funny, but the jammy dodgers. Not only the jammy dodgers, the bourbons as well.
There we go.
Oh, we're getting not only the bourbons, the digestives.
See, that pocket of towels, it starts here, but it finishes down here, right?
Would you like a biscuit? Oh, go on, I'll treat you to a biscuit. Why not?
I'll have a bourbon. My favourite.
Yes, everybody's favourite, the bourbons.
Oh no, Brad's favourite as well.
Mary Poppins pocket. Brilliant. So was it right about Dave G? Do we need to go and tell him?
It's interesting, Tower. It's only such a small sample size at hands, that's the thing. But over this small sample, it is. I'm trying to look out for it.
Nice one, nice. So much you can pick up on watching the live stream.
But the thing is, it's such a small sample size, it's hard to say anything at the moment.
There you go.
Race 700. Race 2000. Fold. Fold.
Some of the rooms here, they have a little pitch.
Fold.
Literally.
So George opens 7-8 of hearts, and Dan chooses to 3-bet the ace queen to 2,000, and George can happily defend this one to the 3-bet. Take a flop out of position, heads up. Both players catch a piece, top pair 4 down. And George here with middle pet. So I expect Dan to have plenty of bets here on the ace-high board. Nice holding for us as well. Top pair, decent kicker. Effective nut kicker as well, because you expect George to almost always 4-bet the ace-king.
Nine of diamonds on the turn.
Interesting card, giving George up and down straight draw to go with his pet. Like in this 3-bet scenario, not really too many diamond combinations, +2, +3 in this particular pot. Only really the Broadway diamonds, like the King Queen, King Jack, King 10 of diamonds, these type of hands. Not too many combinations of those, so not really too worried about the flushes as Dan. However, 8s and 6s are a thing, as well as 9s. But, obviously we're just happy to shove for value, and George can never call here with a 7-8. Yes, we beat some hands like King Queen, King Jack that elect to come in for the light 3-bet pre, but George here just can't ever call this particular hand, 7-8 of hearts in this particular spot.
Is this streaming on the actual app? I don't know about the app. But you can find it on YouTube. They put it on the app. Streams on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. There we go. You are market managers over there. Twitch. What is that? Twitch.
Oh, this is just a burn tower if he calls here. Surely not. What is he thinking? We need so many things to happen here for us ever to have the best hand. First we need Dan to come in for a light 3-bet versus our +2 open with a like Broadway holding like King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack, something like that, which he's only going to do at a small frequency. Then obviously going to have to continue flop, which he would do with those hands, but then a lot of the time those hands it's going to be the offsuit. Wow, that is a burn tower. How has he called this one off with the 7-8 of hearts? That is crazy. Like, it's just so hard for us to ever be in front there. We need so many things to be right there. Like, literally need him to 3-bet light pre with like King Queen or King Jack, and then like a lot of the time, well, third of the time, them offsuit King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack are going to contain a diamond, which are probably going to double barrel on the turn anyway and not check behind. It's just really, really strange call there from George. Like, I'm really shocked to see that one tower. Like, there are some spots where it's good to hero call and with certain hands, but yeah, but need to understand that good players will check some ace-x on that turn, because we have the sets, the 8s and the 6s, as well as the 9s as George, but like good players are going to have some checks there with some ace-x on the turn, like ace-king and ace-queen. Usually their checks are going to contain the diamond though, like ace-king or ace-queen with the diamond in it, but still it's very optimistic call. How we doing? Blue. Yeah, we've all been saying in the chat about the news of old Shane Warne.
Indeed it. It is. Sure they will be showing the first ball that he ever... Was it? I don't know if it is his first ball that he ever bowled in England, when he bowled Mike Gatting. It was bang out a leg and just spun completely to the opposite wicket. That was bonkers. Raps says, has Ian bust yet? And this is his third bullet in total. We bought in today and bust out early, and now back onto the feature. The big question of the day is, do we save the jammy dodgers for PK, or do we get tuck in?
They're not jammy dodgers, are they?
What do you think they are then?
They're not jammy dodgers. Jammy dodgers are different. They have the little heart in it, don't they? The red heart. They're called like jam creams or something.
That's a jammy.
Look, show it to the camera. They're not jammy dodgers. I'll tell you.
All
that.
right, it's not got a heart in it, but what is it?
They're like jam creams or something. They're called, but I'm pretty sure they're not jammy dodgers.
They're jammy dodgers.
They're not jammy dodgers.
They're jammy dodgers to me. The jammy dodgers to me.
Check.
They're jammy dodgers. See, they're the jammy dodgers.
Bet 1100.
They're the disguised jammy dodgers.
Oh.
Them ones are called jam creams. There you go. Google helping me out. Jam creams. What you got, Tower?
Oh.
Damn. I'm not eating them then. I'm definitely not eating them.
I know my biscuits.
You do? You do?
Yeah, Kev, they're the snide jammy dodgers.
To be fair, on the packet it says jam rings. So there you go. We're definitely not eating them. definitely not. We're not eating one of these jammy dodgers. No, sir. Yeah. Is this at the Victoria Casino? No, we're now in Coventry. We're on tour. We go from, we'll quickly show you where we actually go on tour after this hand, but we're in Coventry right now. The CBS Arena, which is, to many of you, is the old Rico Arena, Coventry City's football ground.
Raise 700.
So actually, Hijack choosing to open the 9-8, and Bogdan free betting on her direct left makes it 2.4, just sub 3.5x free bet size, perfectly fine. And Ashley's just got an easy fold now after faced with this heat.
So the tour goes around. As you can see, ready, very top, we're in Coventry. Luton next week. The Blue Ones is where we'll be. The Berry New Road is in Manchester. Then Edinburgh, Luton GUKPT as the end of May and the beginning of June. And then the end of June, the beginning of July is the Victoria for London. The Vic is London, and then Reading South that has been rescheduled to the 17th of July till the 24th, and then there's a break because it's to build up to Goliath.
New dealer, looking forward to winning my first round. There you go. It's going to go on an absolute tear now. You're all in big trouble. We're cranky.
At least I know there's a spare bed going when you go.
You know what it is, eh? You're in Vinny.
Yeah, I am in Vinny's just got to cry. No wonder I've got garbage everywhere. No wonder you're getting the lot. I ran pure in that seat, to be fair. I had a lot of good hands.
Raise 900. Pass. Pass. Ball. Pass.
He's such a legend. I hope I get to play with him again at some point.
So Alan comes in for a race to 900 with the blind with Ace King. Ash calls with the Ace 10. Joe also calls with the Jack 10 off. What a flop. Queen 9 10.
Yeah, so Ashley flopping best here with second pair, Joe with second pair as well, and up and down. Alan has a Broadway draw, chooses to continue here. 2k into 3.4. And Joseph here definitely not folding in this one. Has to call. Can't see him doing anything else but calling here in position.
Call. All in.
Yeah, that's a good question, Dennis. I don't know. Wow, Alan just moves in here with the ace king and gets two better hands to fold. Fair play to him, amping up the aggression.
Absolutely.
Dennis says, why is Luton Deep Stack starting on Friday and not Thursday?
That's a question I don't actually have the answer to. It might not be.
Let's have a look. Let's go back.
Let's go back.
Deep Stack.
11th of March,
11th of
which
March.
is next Friday. Maybe that's an error.
That is
Good
an error.
spot, Dennis.
So
Dennis, the old eagle-eyed cherry.
We'll get that changed to the 10th. It will be kicking off on the Thursday, day 1A.
Just looking on the app. It says Thursday. It's there.
Good spot.
The app's there. Thursday. Well done, Dennis. We'll change that. Good spot, young man. It starts on Thursday. You'll be able to spot my ball going into the water when we play Aberdour.
Looking forward to it, Tower. Need to get some lessons in before. Don't want to embarrass myself on a nice course like that. Need to have some lessons this year, definitely. Just going to jump back into this one because going to have a popper in here. Bogdan choosing to 3-bet the ace jack after an open and a call. Jagger.
Jagger's in.
Says I'm all in for his 34 big blinds, and Bogdan here light 3-bet with the ace jack, but facing this 4-bet. Like Jagger's never going to have ace 10 here, is he? It's like we're praying to see like 10s or 9s, so got to let this one go. Never going to be shoving ace 10. If it was against Ian, however, he would have the he would have the ace 10 in there. But don't mind the squeeze at all here with the ace jack. But once we get this resistance from Jagger, gonna have to let it go.
You will. Yeah, there's always an online leg. You're right, Luke McVeigh on Facebook. It starts on the Wednesday on online. There's always day ones for the G400s and those kind of events, the deep stacks. So yeah, you're absolutely spot on. But the first day one live will be on the Thursday. Well spotted, Dennis.
Big fold. Nines. Ace jack suit. Just ace. Yeah. Sounds like a massive fold. That one card? Huh? Nice. Better? Oh, hey, yeah, better. That'd be better. That'd be better. Very nice pair. See, no decision all in straight away. Raise 700. What about you? Ace? Us? Ace quid?
10s for Joseph. Raises to 700.
Yeah, ace 10. Ace 10.
Now, anyone can enter these tournaments, recosts on Twitch. If you fancy it, get yourself down.
Yeah.
They're great value tournaments. Like
You choose which one you want to play.
They're not the field you'd expect for a 1K buy-in. All different types of level of player in these type of fields.
Yep, you can only play, if you want to just play one, just play one. Don't worry about it.
1400. Pass. Pass.
And now, hopefully, insta change from PK, sorted it out. Luton deep stack, 10th of March. Yes, there's an online leg. Every time there's a deep stack of G400, 25-25, there's an online leg. But that has changed now to the 10th. Thanks for that, Dennis. Good spot.
The Sky's goated says maybe shouldn't free bet there with stack sizes considered. I don't mind it versus Jagger's stack size because it's one of them situations where it's very difficult for him to peel with what he's playing behind. So a lot of the time we're going to either get the fold or he's going to 4-bet rip. But yeah, I understand what you're saying with stack sizing in question.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
I'd like to go back to Portsmouth again.
Pass.
We did 2 or 3 seasons of the GUKPT down in Portsmouth. I loved it.
Call.
Loved the place.
Call. Check. 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 Bet 600. Call. Call.
So Dave happy to defend the 10 deuce suited. And then the Queen Jack 9 flop went back call.
Check.
King of spades on the turn, so it does give Dave the straight hit, the old Doyle. I might even choose to lead this one because it's one that's just going to check through so often here on this king turn, but Dave opting to check. 8 of clubs on the river, so flush draw completing now as well. Jagger here can't do anything but check here with our 2 pair. Terrible run out for us after flopping 2 pair with the Jack 9.
$700.
The Dave value betting here
Pass.
with his 10 deuce. Buys for 700, trying to get some value from exact hand that Jagger has, like a 2 pair type holding. And Jagger
Pass.
makes a good discipline laydown. Didn't get attracted to the price, just let it go. Understood that Dave will have a whole host of 10x as well as club combinations.
Dave up 27,000.
We've got half hour left of the session, guys, and that will take us to the hour dinner break.
It will indeed. All social media filled with sad news of Shane Warne passing. Sad news.
Yeah, Rob, I did actually speak to him this morning. I was just at a coffee machine getting a coffee. Ian come over and just was like, "Oh, I listened to a stream back yesterday," and basically all he said was that Radu was raising too much, and just basically thought he was at it, and he was correct. Like, the read on the situation was unbelievable. He just didn't think that he was ever 5-betting there for value, and he was correct. He was spot on. And however he ends up in this tournament, his legacy's been made here at the Rico Arena after that one play. That will be talked about for a while. It's on our Facebook page. You can find us on social media, Disguise Goated, at Grosvenor Poker. Twitter's the same, it's also on there, at Grosvenor Poker on Twitter. For all your live stream coverage, you can see the bottom left there as well, /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. George raises to 700 with the King 3 suited in the low jack, and Ashley happy to defend the 10-4 hearts in the big blind. And 9-5-3, two diamonds, George flops best.
700. Pass.
Like, it's crazy as well, because we don't even see 5-bets nowadays in 2022. The way poker plays, like a lot of the time, someone 3-bets, someone 4-bets, and you're sat there with aces or kings. A lot of the time, people just flat as a trap nowadays. So it's very rare you even see a 5-bet, let alone a 6-bet. Not very often I've said 6-bet on stream over the years, if ever, to be honest with you.
Pass. 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 There's 700. Pass. Pass. Oh.
There's to 7 from Jagger in the cut-off. King 3.
And flops top pair on the King Jack 8 board. I'm just happy to continue from the looks of things. This is one we can definitely incorporate a check in some of the time, but betting fine too, so just comes out firing and bogged down with a 5-6. Complete whiff for him on this board, has to get out of the way.
You watched the start of that stream, by the way? I missed it very much. 4 and 3 times. So funny.
I saw the
We were launching that about. Yeah, it was on the house as well, actually. It was a nice little touch from everyone. Yeah. Well, actually, no, I think it might have been on the house because of the gentleman in situ. Apparently he won $1 million in one night in this casino.
He was great.
Yeah, he was a great lad actually. I kind of
Ace 8 for Dan, raises to 700, under the gun +2.
He was the qualifier as well. When you think qualifier, you think like, yeah, this guy gets his like bag or whatever and tries to take his 600 home. But
And Joseph here with the King 10 in the big blind. Pulls for 400 more. Quarter to 6. We'll be back after the dinner break, guys.
We will. 5:45. 5:45. Tom's coming in. Get your questions ready and written down for the online boss. Jack of Diamonds on the turn. After a check call from Joe. A check call in again. Should be.
2,200.
2.2.
Yeah, this is a real optimistic double barrel here from Dan Tower. Like King 4-4 Rainbow. Once the big blind calls our C-bet here. Like range is pretty condensed. There's going to be some pocket pairs in there, King X and 4X. We're not folding out King X and 4X, and then we only really target like the 5s through 8s, deuces and 3s. Like the double barrel's just not going to have a high success rate. With the Ace 8 there, I just would have preferred to see the give up from Dan after we get called on this particular board texture. Now actually rivered some showdown, and Joseph looks like he's going to lead here. Love this. Really like this. Like we're protected here because we're going to have a whole host of 4X in the big blind, so we're not going to get raised by a hand like aces or ace king. They're just going to call, so puts in a little small block bet here, maybe trying to get called from some. Well, Jack X is probably in a check turn, but really do actually like this from Joseph. Joseph seems to play very well. First I've ever seen of him, but really like the style that he plays. Really big fan of this river lead with the King 10. Donkin into Dan, and Dan has to fold here. Just because of what we spoke about on the flop range of hands that are going to call on the king 4-4 rainbow. Basically, king X and 4X, maybe some pocket pairs which are going to fold to the double barrel anyway.
Cool.
But Dan does pay it off. He could have potentially saved just 3.7k there if we just check back turn. Perfectly fine to c-bet this one, but I think once we're called on this particular board texture, it's going to be shut down central.
Pretty mad actually, especially for like level 4. Yeah, sorry. Oh, really? For this stage, are you planning on reiterating a few
Well, it depends how I bust out. If I get really unlucky or whatever, yes. It's my own stupidity. Probably not.
Maybe you never miss.
That's my usual rule of thumb.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sounds like a pretty smart one to go about. It's a smart roll.
This guy's Gorton has just watched the 6-bet. How long is the clip of the 6-bet? We ought to play it. We ought to stick it in. While Ian's still on the table, I think we should stick it in. Because a lot of guys didn't realise what Ian. Well, nobody knew what Ian was up to.
We'll stick it. We'll stick it in one of the buttons, guys. We'll show it. We'll show it.
A lot of people didn't tune in yesterday or couldn't tune in for whatever reason. We'll try and get it in before the end of this session. We've got 20 minutes to get it in. While Ian's sat at the table.
It's just... Right, we're going to play it after this hand, guys.
Are we?
After this hand. Joseph here's got the nut flush and not going to get any action because Ian with a 5 and just ace high for George. So it should go fold. And if you missed it yesterday,
this is it.
You'll enjoy this.
Oh.
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. I'm probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3 bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh
so it's
my
word. What's happening there? 4-bet to 7.7.
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
you
like,
would be.
Yeah, I would be.
I'd be
folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. I'd already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace-10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. But fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace-king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
No
is
way
he going to 5-bet? Has he picked up on something here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff, Tower. We just, no way. Do you know what? If Ian 6-bets here with ace-10, Tower, I'm done. I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh wow! But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace-jack. This is just a leveling war between
He's not putting
the
the lot
two
in.
players.
He's doing it
No
again!
way!
He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! Ian 6-bet roll that baby! 10. How'd you like them apples?
Solve that!
Ace-10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. Yeah, guys, hope you enjoyed it. That will be a hand that's shown down the years, I can tell you that. That is something else from Ian. Sat in seat 7 today on our featured table, but...
to be fair, credit to you, because when you said halfway through the hand, if he does it again, I'm off home. I'm glad you stayed.
Yeah.
Halfway through the hand, you said if he 5-bets, I'm off home. Oh, just brilliant. Highlight of the week. It will be tough to beat it, that is for sure.
It will be, Tower.
It will be tough to beat. It will be. You can clip them out and we can put them on stream, but when something like that actually happens, like, it's no limit, you don't get 6-bets.
Yeah.
It's normally, I'm all in anyway, you know, it's brilliant. See, Dennis said you didn't even leave.
Alan raising the King Jack. Getting the Jack 9-4 flop continues, and Dan gets out of the way. Not much here for him. Dummy and get up. Yeah, it was great to watch. Just in the moment, the way it all happened and unfolded that hand, it just was a great watch. When you just see something on the stream that you never expect to happen, and it does actually happen, it's great. Not just for us, but for everyone watching at home, entertainment purposes.
Yeah.
That's one out of the Matt Davenport playbook, isn't it? Matt said he was telling him about it last night, and Matt thought he was joking. Didn't believe him. Like someone over 60 comes out to you in the smoking area. That's like, I just 6-bet ripped ace-10. You're like, all right, mate, all right, go back inside.
Brilliant. So funny.
300.
So good.
No Jagger raising to 700 with the Queen 9 and diamonds. We've got 15 minutes left before we're going to head out on the hour dinner break, guys. See the clock there, top right hand corner of your screens. And speaking of the man, after just showing that clip of him, he's involved here with the A7 of clubs.
The next time we see you in Blackpool, John, you've got to do it. You've got to attempt it at least once. There is some life in us old dogs yet, he says.
I might even put a competition on throughout the year to have anyone can get on the stream and successfully 6-bet bluff pre and get someone to fold better. I might do a little giveaway, quite a decent giveaway as well, because it's something that's very hard to do. First of all, you got to be deep enough to be able to get the 6-bet in, but to actually do it as a bluff and get better to fold, it's just crazy. And we loved watching that yesterday, as I'm sure you guys did just a moment ago if you missed it. And that's what we love, just the unexpected at the table. Sometimes something you never expect to see. It really gets us going in the old comms booth. Five-way action here, so it's check through on the flop. And now Jagger, after it has checked through, going to take the initiative here with a Queen 9 of diamonds. After the 6 of hearts rolls off on the turn. Action now on Ian with the A7 of clubs. What's Ian up to here? So what? There's the fold from Ian. This should work. Yes. Oh, well, Alan's up and down actually with a 9 of hearts, so Alan might call once here. 2.4 to win 6.2. It doesn't decide to peel this one. Obviously, have some reverse implied odds with bigger hearts being up against those with our 9 of hearts there.
Do you reckon they're told to say that? I don't know. They must reshoot it if somebody gets like pissed off at it. It's all pre-script.
There must be a lot of like scripting in that.
It's like you know that bit when they're leaving.
It's a good point.
If you look, they're wearing different clothes when they leave the boardroom and clothes shoes. So they film all that like at the very beginning, like you know what I mean. The classics ones, like. Classic ones, like you've got 20 minutes to get here. Like, so they'll get ready in 20 minutes.
And what's the point of that anyway, really?
I always think as well, like, I'm looking for a business partner, like, sell sausages, like, this is your task.
Also, you could argue it's extremely sexist. What woman gets ready in 20 minutes? It's entirely sexist. And 20 minutes doesn't even come
Going to get involved here. Ace 5 off in the hijack, raises to 900. And Dan here with the pocket 10s on the button. Not going to be going anywhere. So both options available, maybe leaning more towards 3-bet here versus the hijack opening range.
Raise 2,300.
That's exactly what he does, 3-bets to 2.3.
Ben Roberts said, did he ambush yesterday? Yes, he did. He did bust. Active player, as you can tell by that clip. Going back again today for more of the same. 146 in the mix so far. 250 total.
So in here, raise 5 off. Don't mind opening this one in the hijack. It's right on the line, but once we get 3-bet, obviously it should be hitting them up. But Ian might have other ideas. Towel up. There he goes. 4-bet to 4.9k with the ace 5, and Dan with the 10s here.
That's to rip, doesn't he? No, I don't think he can. Well, I'm not saying he has to.
Well, if
he
he's
doesn't
got,
have to a 4-bet.
If he's got the information about the hand versus Ian yesterday, well, let me just pass his 10. So you obviously don't know who this man is. The 6-bet phenom that is Ian. If he knows that, if Dan's seen that clip yesterday, he's never folding pocket 10s there, I can assure you of that. But Dan's obviously not seen the clip from yesterday. Just makes the assumption that a lot of us young guns do at the table. Sometimes we don't give the old boys enough credit and just think every time they 4-bet it's kings or aces. And so I'm not going to lie, I've been doing that as well in some situations, not giving the old boys enough credit and just thinking every time they 3-bet, 4-bet, it's always well weighted towards the top of their range, and that's probably what Dan thought there. And Ian,
wait till we get to tag teams, yeah.
Yeah.
The top shop one, he was in it. The guy was married to Sandra Bullock. Jesse James, isn't it? Okay, yeah. That one, yeah. I know you know. But the only series actually
So Bogdan with the ace 9 suited raises to 700.
seen the odd, you know, when you just flick it through and you watch, oh shit, and then you watch 20 minutes of it.
Cheltenham's all about Trump. I mean, Trump remembered the first time he ever fell in love. It was when he looked in the mirror.
Have you seen that clip when he does the draw for the Rumbelows Cup? St. Greavesy?
Yeah, how surreal is that? Like, you know what I mean? Looking back, like, you know what I mean, when they put that with it,
Of all the people to choose, the guy who becomes president like 30 years later.
Ian pre-flop Spindler, yeah. Benny Spindler. I remember that hand as well. I think that was a 7-bet with the King Jack that time. Or it may have been a 6-bet as well, but definitely got the moves. Ian in seat 7.
As you can see, 8 minutes until this session ends, and then we're back at 5:45. Tom Hudson will be joining Jay for the first hour. Get your questions ready for the online boss. Anything really relating to Goliath, online events you want any answers answering, or any questions answered, then get ready with them, because Tom Hudson is on his way after the dinner break.
sorry for interrupting you guys, Paul.
This is in Coventry. Asking where this is being held on Twitch. We are in Cov.
Tens and threes, queens and threes.
You are? Yeah, that doesn't really care. I mean, I was debating.
Get some chip counts hopefully as well actually after the when we come back after the dinner break. See if we can get a few chip counts. We have some notables planned today. Some regulars on our tour. Got Ryan back in the field, Mandara. Dave Doherty's playing, joined me for an hour of comms last night. Really nice to hear him for some insights. I'm sure if Dave doesn't make a deep run in this as well, he'll be back in the comms booth at some point this weekend. Seven 8 of diamonds for George, raises to 700.
It's almost time, we're almost out of here.
Yeah, we can go on table where we
Dave here, Ace King, back end of the session. Been a good little session for him.
Widen our range.
3 bets this one to 2.1k.
Call him with 10-6 off there.
And both hands up to the face, as someone pointed out earlier. Just over 5 minutes left before the hour dinner break. Probably going to get 3 more hands in.
She thinks it's teetotal, doesn't she?
She thinks I'm teetotal and she thinks I'm supposed to be, yeah.
She's only just found out she smokes.
Told her I'm just having a breakfast pie. Shots come right now.
Okay, 700.
So Jagger, 7-4 of diamonds, raises to 700. In a steady session for him. And looks like Joseph right on the line. This one, Jack 6 off. See some players fold this one, but Joseph happy to defend in a heads-up situation.
Flop time, 10-9 ace. Whiffs them both.
Yeah, Jagger just going to be going his way.
Yeah. That's a queen for a bet, and that'll be the end of that one.
Continuing this board, high frequency.
2 or 3 hands left at this session, and then a 60-minute dinner break, and then more of the same for levels 5 and 6 when we come back. Different table. We will have a different table. Folding round in turn. Ash makes it 7. Snap call from Bogdan. And Joe should come in and see a flop as well.
Joe not going anywhere. Could potentially free bet the 8s here in this spot. Cut off versus button dynamic as well. Taha like going to lean more towards free betting the 8s versus LP raise and button call rather than an EP raise.
Yeah,
so that's
like about 27.
Exactly what he's going to do. Like it.
24.
7-6 of clubs here for Ian.
Looks like he's going nowhere.
Wants to get involved here, Ian, with the old 7-6 suited. Yeah, imagine if he puts in the cold 4 here with the 7-6 of clubs. Do you know what? I wouldn't hate it either. Like at a very low frequency.
Oh no, just a call.
It's just called. Like cut off versus button dynamic. Joseph seems like he plays very well and he's competent and obviously can free bet versus these two positions lighter than usual. But Ian just chose to cold call here with the 7-6 of clubs.
Not the best lot for either.
Yeah. In terms of range, it's going to be better for Joseph here. He's going to have the kings and the jacks, as well as ace king in there, maybe some king queen, king jack suited, these type of holdings. So happy to continue here in terms of range, and Ian here just can't do anything here now with the 7-6 of clubs. Going to have to be folding. It's just got to be a fold. To be honest with you, the sky's goated. After it goes open call 3 bet 7-6 of clubs here, not closing the action, should be hitting the mark, and then maybe some of the time really small frequency, depending on the players in question in those positions, might choose the 4 bet, but it'll only be very, very small amount of the time.
And indeed Ian does get out of the way. Last hand of the session on its way. The last end of the session. And then a 60-minute dinner break, and then back with more of the same until 12:30 tonight.
That's a long way to go.
And for everybody watching on YouTube, we'll be starting the live stream for recording purposes. So when you do come back on YouTube, find the new link in YouTube, and then you'll be able to start watching yet again. But we do stop and start on YouTube. Everybody else is fine. It's just on YouTube for recording purposes. We go over that 12-hour mark, so we have to stick it in. So for YouTubers on the way back at 5:45, there will be a new link. Here's King for Jagger.
Last hand of the session.
It is indeed last hand of session. Unless it's all snap folding, and we might just quickly get one in, but don't think we will.
Yeah, Ashley's.
Yeah, we're going to the flop. That's it. Everybody's leaving.
Yeah, bit of a loose call with the a6 off. Probably want to be folding this one, but wanting to get involved. Guess we have position on the opener, but just going to be leaking chips a lot of the time here in these type of holdings. Yep. Versus the EP raise, and Jagger continues, and that should be it. Tower.
That should be it.
Well, Ashley, not going anywhere. Pulls for 800. Should just be fold from George and Ian, although we know Ian is capable. Not with this holding. George out of the way as well. They're going to take their hour dinner break. Heads up to the turn between Ashley and Jagger. 10 of clubs on the turn. So the ace king of Jagger still the best hand. Thing is, from Jagger's perspective now, like Ashley shouldn't be peeling like some random ace highs. We just think she's going to have like some 6s, 7s, 8s, maybe pocket 4s in there. she's happy to fire here and might just see Jagger fold the ace-king. She's got some moves about her, Ashley. She really does have some moves about her.
So does Jagger.
yeah.
River's a 4 of spades.
There goes check, check, and the ace-king is good for Jagger. We will see you in an hour, guys. See you then.
See you then.
Slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines, 4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table and maybe 6. And so that's a lot to compete against. And so, when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables and when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But, listen, I can't blame Binions because, it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now, where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play. But I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binions did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binions gets rid of their poker room.
Yeah. I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binions. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binions anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binions about 1.5 years ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics, and she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binions. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, you have to understand that, I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's, there's some negativity there. And so, I've been a huge figure looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Yeah. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have say 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. And then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world. And they play with, 10, 15 businessmen. And so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world. You win bracelets. You win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about, somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets, and it can't just be a bunch of high rollers, because there's a lot of great players. A lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time. I think Negreanu is one of the best players in the world. You don't see him out there all the time in all the high rollers. You don't see Ivy out there in all the high rollers. You don't see me in all the high rollers. And, so you have to pick your poison, if you want to be great. And they all pick the poison of playing in World Series of Poker tournaments. And, and so I mean, yeah, there's always going to be critics, and that's just a natural, there's always going to be haters. And that's just that's a natural way of the world. I do get a little bit upset when they throw me under the bus, but you know what? It's also motivating. I called Negreanu and I said, man, you've been one of my biggest critics. I mean, he was telling me in 08 and 09 and 10 that I'll never win again unless I start playing like they play. And I said, I think you're crazy. And he's like, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah. Well, that guy disappeared a long time ago. And then the next year he said, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 different name. That guy disappeared a year later. And, 2011 and 12, I think I was second in player of the year, both of those years at the World Series of Poker. I think I won 2 or 3 bracelets. I had a bunch of, I don't know how many final tables, but, and so, and then, recently people are like, oh, well, Phil can't play in faster paced tournaments, the ones where the blinds go up every, Phil can't play in tournaments that go up every 20 minutes or half an hour. And then I won one of those, and then I final tabled one. And then I think I have 3 final tables in the $5,000 faster tournament. What do they call it? Turbo.
The turbo.
They said, that can't work because Phil doesn't understand the math. So it's always Phil doesn't understand this, Phil doesn't understand that. Now, the interesting thing is most of the people watching this interview say, oh, well, what is Phil talking about? We all know he's a great player. And that's true, because you're really talking about a select few people. Yeah, but it's a little aggravating, but they also motivate me. And so then they also fail to see what I'm doing every year. I mean, in 2019, World Series tournaments, what did I have? I had a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and I mean, like there's a handful of people that had those kind of results.
16 cashes in 2019.
Yeah. And so, I mean, so whatever. I mean, I think, yes. Does it rub me the wrong way sometimes? Yes. But do I hear those voices every day? No. I mean, sometimes I don't hear somebody criticize me for 40 or 50 or 60 days because I'm not on all the forums. But I'm aware of it. And then when I see it, I'm always a little bit bummed out.
Yeah. If we had a Champions League Triple Crown of Poker, you've won the World Series main event. You've won the World Series Europe main event. What would make up that Triple Crown? That would be like, those are the 3 that you need to win.
Okay, that would be the 3rd one. It's the Poker Players Championship, the PPC.
Yeah.
And I had a 2nd in that. And that one really hurt because I had Brian Rastall in 3 times. And to win one of those hands, I guess I was 84%, they said, to have that. And that would have been nice. That would have been an unassailable Triple Crown.
Yeah. We've got 15 braces. Do you need to be stranded on a desert island for people to catch you?
I mean, you've got Phil Ivey, who can win 2 or 3 bracelets in a year. You've got Daniel Negreanu, who's just like, how many final tables a year does he have? And he has so many seconds.
Yeah.
Like he and I were battling for, I think I have 12 seconds and he has 11 second places now or something. But he tied me for seconds for 1 minute there. And unfortunately, I had a second over in Europe that I really wanted to be a first. And he was at the final table with me. So there's some people that are just great. Who knows what what the future holds for Dominic Nietzsche. Who knows what the future holds for Adrian Mateos? Who knows what the future holds for some of these guys that are there playing all these events? Now, a lot of the young guys don't play all the mixed games, but I think, what do I have? I have 2 bracelets in Raz, and all the rest are in Hold'em anyway. If you're great at Hold'em, you can get there more often because there's more skill.
Out of the 10, 11, 12 second place finishes, and I'm just gonna read. This tweet from yourself was just amazing. Hitting my number 1 live goal at 24 was amazing. By the time I was 28, I had 5 WSOP wins and a new live goal. Was to become the greatest poker player of all time. You figured you needed to win 24 bracelets as recognized as the greatest of all time. If all those second places would have been wins, would have got there. But why did you say 24?
24 is a number that kind of like, I don't always have a perfect understanding of, I'd almost say mystical things. You know what I mean? I know that our minds are very powerful, and some of that is kind of untapped and unknown. And my book Positivity talks about how I've kind of harnessed some of that potential, and how other people can harness that potential. And so for me, 24 was a number that I came up with at a young age. And I just thought, I can win 24 bracelets. And I came up with it in 1993, 94. I figured 24 would make me unassailable to the whole world. I remember in 2005 when I passed Johnny Chan and I passed Doyle Brunson, and they both came up and congratulated me. And that was classy, right? We all shook hands. They were all like, "Great job, Phil." I mean, there was a big, when they awarded me that bracelet in front of the whole room, that night right after I won it, there was Chan and Brunson.
Brilliant.
And at that point, we were crazy. Johnny, and I think it was 05, but Johnny Chan and Doyle Brunson and I maybe it was 07 I passed them, but I mean, there were years where they'd win, Doyle would win 2, Chan would win 2, and I'd win 1 bracelet. I think that was 03. And so we were just winning them in bunches, even in the modern era. And so that battle was great. And so, you're never safe. There are people that can catch me, but now I have the records, and I just have to keep raising it.
Any of those second places you would have thought, you know what, I really wanted that one?
Yeah, I remember there was a second place where a guy was very, very lucky against me repeatedly. And then, and I still had a chance to take him out. I think I had pocket 5s and he had ace king. And I limped in with the 5s. We were playing 3-handed. The other guy had a peanut of a stack. And he raised, called, and it came 10 jack 7. And he bet and I raised with the 5s. And he just called, and I knew he had ace king. And the turn, I bet, he raised, and I re-raised him. Or at least I called him with the intent of calling on the river. And for some reason, I bailed on the river. All I had to do was call 500,000 on the river. I'm going to bust him. The other guy has the tiniest stack ever, Eugene Todd. And so that one really hurt because I also had the guy all in. I think he had king 10 suited when I had ace queen. I had him all in. We had a flip one time. And so that one hurt. I mean, of course, when I finished second to Brian Rast, that's the one that hurt the most. Because I had him down to no chips. And the whole poker world was watching. The stands were full of people at 3:30 in the morning. That would have been the one, the Poker Players Championship. I probably regret a bunch of those second places. I remember one in 1994 where I had 2 aces, and I had a guy named George Rodas on with a king and a 10. Howard Lederer had a short stack. And he was on before the flop with king 10. And he somehow won. I remember it came jack 10, and he turned to 10. And, I'd been waiting, moving in. Finally, I had aces. And that one I felt like I was supposed to win. And so there are times where you just feel like you were supposed to win a bracelet and it didn't happen.
Yeah. Apart from poker, you obviously write books. We've touched on that very shortly. I'm going to show you something very shortly on how we first met, and I remember it more than you, obviously. But you're in the New York Times bestsellers list, and we've got the brand new book out at this moment in time. But I have got this. I've got Deal Me In, and I have it signed.
Nice.
Because I was in London at the World Series Poker Europe, and we did